Hi, hi. I left you all on chop suey. Oh, you were gonna eat my food, weren't you, Mochi? Hi, welcome. I am a slight a mess. I had to clean up some of my cat stuff, and then my dogs were on the other side, so I was a little behind in getting ready. Can I help you? Can I? Who the hell are you? Why is there orange in front of my house? Are they trimming the trees? Anyways, if Mochi could politely move. I don't want to get Neosporin on anything. Our lovely winner today is Nikki. And thank you, Doc. I did take my vitamins, the half that I have. Let's say hello to everybody. Okay, Mochi. Excuse me. Hi, Nikki. Hi, Kai. Hi, Doc. And then I think it's Hi Haunted. I think that's all that's here right now. Oh, Mochi is literally right here, but it's very problematic. I say that, but she's over there now. Hello, hi. I did quickly do my makeup. I wasn't going to. I was really rude. It's like a mess, bitch. Same. It's just, I wish I could snap. There we go. I need to put lotion on. Dude, my fucking hand's crusty. I just washed my hand multiple times. Maybe I should get lotion. I have the nice lotion. It's just on the other side. You can tell. It's a mess. Everything's a mess here. Not really. I changed the stream title 2 minutes before stream. Because I was outside and then I was inside cleaning. There we go. I also have my heating pad because I've been dying. Mochi is here, as you can tell. Just snap your index finger. This one? Or this one? I don't know which one we're talking about, but most likely those are the two fingers. I can't, so I hurt myself. So moral of the story is I hurt myself. I need to wrap this. I also need to finish putting on my makeup. And by that, I want to put on lipstick. Pointer finger? On this hand, yeah, I did. I was like, did I? I did it on this hand because I don't want to bend this one because this one hurts. Okay. Can you? Me too, haunted. That's exactly what happened. So apparently, could you like not? Could you? I love you. I love you. Okay, ma'am? I want to hear the music. I didn't turn down the music. I'll have you guys know. Mochi, I do not need you to be trying to clean my hand. It's putting her down. Oh, that's a mood. I have, 3 scratches on this side from my cat trying to fight me because I was trying to fight him. Seriously dramatic music for the story. It is. I turned it really down. Oh, well. There's the Neosporin. Can I help you? Oh my god. When she wants attention, she is in my way. But I love her dearly. I am apparently really good at sneaking. So much that I snuck up on my cat. Where's my band-aids? My cat Loki yesterday. And scared him so badly. He scared the entire household because he started bouncing off the walls and everything. And he sliced my hand. Sucker punched me on my thumb. Let's see. I have a whole bruise right here. And he did headbutt my throat. That doesn't hurt anymore. He thought he was about to die. I scared my poor boy so badly. But so he sliced my hand. It's pretty gruesome. Like, it's sliced all the way up. I think I need to close my window. It's too bright. But yeah. Nose for my cat this weekend. Also in my hand. Very cat-like. I'm gonna close my window just a little bit. Also because there's people outside. Also, I hate this because I just put on makeup, so like my face is fresh. So the cat fur is extra sticking to my face. Fruity hand flick. Fruity hand flick. How is everybody else doing? It seems like everybody who owns cats, we got hit. Oh wow, but I got a haircut. Ooh, how did your haircut go? Sorry, I didn't need to slam that. I can't exactly use my hand to rub it onto my other hand. That sounds weird, but like it's lotion. But I also need lotion on this hand that has the cut, which is problematic. I have Neosporin on it, so we're just gonna carefully massage lotion into my hand. Got something sticky on your face? No, I just have cat fur. Cat fur's... No, it's not worse. Cat fur is not worse. It just tickles my face. Oh my god. So I really have to be careful with this. Because I just popped the line that's on my hand. I just popped that back open. And so it kind of hurts. It wasn't me this time. Damn. I'm quite thick. I have most of it off. Okay, fair. That's real. That's what happens to my hair every once in a while. Once it hits a certain length, I'm like, okay, wait, this has gone too long now. I can't work under these conditions. Well, that isn't me. Oh man, I've missed y'all. I hope you guys had a good weekend. I had a bit of a hectic weekend, but it worked. I need to respond to Nikki. Nikki, I love you. I don't know if she's home yet. When I say like I was a mess getting to stream, it's because I went to go see my cat Loki, saw the dogs barking, realized they were barking at the neighbor's dogs, which are fine. But that means they were in a section they're not supposed to be because we have other cats over there. So then I had to go tell my parents, and I helped them get them back. Came into the house, saw one of the dogs peed in the house, had to clean that up, and then it was 55. It was time to stream. Good weekend, but I'm feeling a bit unwell yesterday. Oh no, are you getting sick? Because it seems like Kai is sick as well. It is that season. Make sure you get your flu shots, everybody. I don't know what compelled me to just put that lipstick on my finger. There's like a speck that I need to get off. There we go. I should not be doing this with just the... I fear I am dying. No! Is the flu kicking your ass? I'm trying to take the edge off this. Okay. Thanks, dogs, for barking. It scared my cat away. Thanks. Sorry, that stuff's really sticky. It's really nice. Right, dog light? I shouldn't have said that right when my dad was outside the right window. It's nice out. I can't close that. There they go. We're just gonna close that slightly. I had COVID that turned into the flu. You had COVID. Okay, so how have you recovered from that? I was supposed to put this on, and I'm an idiot. Do I have any sort of... I have really weird things on my desk right now. I'm gonna close my window. I'm gonna close my window. Just gonna close my window. There's random people in my house today, apparently. It's random people, and I didn't know who just walked past my door, and I said, oh. It just evolved into flu. Been seriously ill since Friday. No! I am sorry to hear that. I'm glad that, like, it is devolving into just the flu, so in theory, it's getting better. Sorry to see Doc's comments. Sticky stuff on your lips? Nice. But I'm hoping that means that it's coming to its... Oh my god, what's happening? It's coming to the end of its sickness. We're gonna wrap my finger before I finish my lips. But no, I don't like to hear that. After last week, I feel like we all just... Everything happened last week. I'm feeling much better from last week mentally. I think it was literally hormones, but it was normal feelings I feel amplified, and I was losing my fucking mind. I did not like it. It's my hair, it's not. When on my hair is not. You know, real. Clean. Keep the hair clean. Nothing but touch. Touch. This is a horrible way to put this band-aid on. But I'm doing it anyways. Sorry, I locked into this. That is going to be awful. I'm going to tape that. But yes, I'm back. Oh, that is awful. Why did I do such a thing? Oh, well, it's on. I need to respond to you, Nikki. Nikki, can I just respond to you verbally here when I was about to message you? I'm starting to lose my voice. Oh, no! I like your silly little voice, Kai. You can't. Tell the sickness it's not allowed to. Not a cold? Not particularly sure. Okay. Yeah, of course. Okay, you guys, I was telling Nikki how, to start off here, I got an audition, but unfortunately it was a request for an audition. So it was like, hey, put in a self-tape. Perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. Was very excited. I got that though Friday. Unfortunately, Friday is the start of my work week. So I've had no time to actually sit down and do it because I worked weird hours. So Nikki, my response to you was going to be, I'm trying not to be... Why does it sound like I'm actually like trying to talk to my phone and like voice memo it to you? My plan is I'm still going to try to get it done today. Most likely. You like my voice? I'm sorry. Of course I like your voice. I love your voice. It's so cute. It's so... Okay, I say cute to everything. So cute does not mean like, ooh, you're cute. Cute is just, it means I like your voice. You have a nice voice. It is very nice and calming, Kai. Anyways, Nikki, back to my message response to you. I'm trying not to beat myself up because it's the first audition self-tape I've ever gotten. But I'm trying to learn accountability that if I don't get it done, then it is in fact on me, which is fine. We all need to learn accountability. But it also means if I can't get this done because I don't have a space right now, then that means punishment due to this lack of space or lack of knowing where to film. I need to figure it out before I before I put in any other stuff. So it's like, I need to learn from my actions. But yeah, if I can't, I don't want to beat myself up that I'm like, man, you had a fucking audition and you didn't do it. It happens. Also, I literally got it on the beginning of my work week and I had no time. And it was the 48-hour film festival this weekend for a lot of people. So I also didn't have a lot of people to do readings. I have some more people available today, finally. But that's about that. Like, that's a first time. Hi, Quiet. Also, hi, Fire. Private things with boyfriend to talk to you about? Hell yeah. Let me message you, Nikki, so that we don't forget. To me about private things later. That was in English. Okay, so that we don't forget. Now I can close. Now I can close your message, and I know I have responded to you. Hi. Think that's a good idea? Yeah, because I'm trying not to beat myself up about it. I should beat myself up, but like not like discourage myself. Things happen and it's okay. I saw Doc had a message up here. Audition? Hell yeah, congrats. I know you'll do amazing too. Oh, thank you, Doc. Yeah, it was for a student film. And it's really, I really like the premise of it. It's really, okay, I say cute, and once again, it's not cute. It's actually very traumatic of a story. But yeah, finding time to like actually do the audition is really hard because I have to have a space to film, which I have a good phone to film, completely fine. I didn't learn my sides. That's my own fault. That one's on me. I was going to do that last night, then I watched a horror movie. I can't believe you made your classmates cry. That's crazy. Also, we have the wrapped hand. We have the hand wrapped and taped, so hopefully it stays. If not, I have one more band-aid, apparently. do have a whole bunch of extra, like, I love medical tape. We're just gonna put that there. You are also ill? Wait, quiet, you're ill too? Did you catch COVID as well, or? I was like, where the fuck is my trash? It's super far away. I haven't even finished doing my makeup. Car! Car, I have things to tell you! We're gonna reiterate everything I just said, but to Car. Not feeling 100%? That is fine. I love you. We'll be here. Make sure to have your phone sound on just in case your car gets done early. Absolutely. I love that thought that you both are just chilling in BC, but you're also both just dying. I love that. I pee in my pants. You're so right. I don't think that's Car. I just saw her name and got excited because I was like, I gotta tell Car stuff. Hi, Gar. Hi, Gar. Hi, definitely not Gar on Car's phone. How are you? What the heck? What the helly? Open up Core Keeper. Core Keeper. Hi, Car and Gar, literally. Taking note. For any of my fellas in chat who like makeup or want to do makeup. I've been putting on... No, it's made my skin all dry. You know, maybe put on the lip liner before you put any lip product on. There's your tip of the day. I eat gar? What the heck? You eat it the gar? Did you eat it the gar on the... Did you eat the garlic bread? Yeah, definitely put this on before any sort of lip stuff. I mean, I did put a lip tint on before too. But that one's fine. I might just kidnap B later to do the reading before we watch horror movies. Where am I putting all this shit? Sorry, this is very, like, very nice. Also, I have a Hello Kitty cookie. I didn't eat my breakfast. I have so much medicine on my desk. I've been going through, okay? It's a fish dagar. I'm sitting on top of my heating pad. It's not on, I just didn't move it, so I just sat on it too. It's just there. Looked it up. You can actually eat gar. It mostly tastes like chicken or alligator. Interesting. What does alligator taste like? Get the pigeon corb. Pigeon. What's this? Sorry, that felt funny for a second. Pigeon. Is Car asleep? I want my car and my gar, but on their... but collectively here at the same time. I miss my car and gar. I miss saying them. Bang. Meow, meow, meow. It's a Magic the Gathering? Really? Yes. Chicken. Interesting. Has anybody had alligator here? Chicken. Chicken Jackie. I'm not okay. Oh my god, you guys should have heard my voice memos to B the past 2 nights.
I love how
I need
Quiet
to sneeze.
and Kylan are in a V and are also having their own conversation in the chat.
As you should. As you... And DMs are here? Hey, fuck it, put it here. If anybody else wants to see it. It's so funny to me. Because I love when people have separate conversations here. Because I'm just like, oh man, they're locked in. They're locked in right now. And I also get to see what you're talking about. I'm like, ooh, I get to be nosy. I was asleep, but I woke up. I woke her up and gave her her phone when you said you had something to tell her. Is she awake now? Wait, what's going on? Car, no! Car, go back to sleep! No, Car, go back to sleep! I failed you! I told Car that I needed to tell you something, and then he woke you up! I have an audition, but I feel bad that I might not be able to do the audition. It's a self-tape, but I got it on Friday, and then I've been working every single day. So I literally only have today to film it. And I'm trying not to beat myself up. But she needs to be. Okay. She needs to be. Does she have work? Hopefully. 1-800. Sorry, I just read out the name of the song. That's it. I didn't finish singing the lyrics. I fear that I may need. This shit blends like butter. This shit. That shit blended like butter. Okay, we don't need any more than that. I'm surprised I never used this really. I should see if ColourPop has some more. So I can hoard it. Get ready with me stream for real, for real, for real. Except it's just the lipstick. I did everything else. I was gonna do more eye makeup, but just in case. Yes! Just in case, Quiet. That opened so large, like my entire. I'm sorry, I'm gonna show you. Like, it just opened it so large. It's so funny. Like, that is just my whole screen. It's just city pigeon. So funny. Don't you die on me, computer. I know it's city pigeon. It's okay. That's so fucking funny. You do need it. I feel like everybody needs the city pigeon card. I love car. You know, my plan of these two colors worked very well. I'm proud of myself. I needed to message my friend Mikey. I need a CD leader. Need pigeon. I want pigeon. Pigeon is love. Pigeon is life. Except it's also bread. Bread is love. Bread is life. Because you're pigeon. Such a funny word for some reason. Pigeons are so funny. And I love but hate them. Well, not them, but like, they get so much hate, but I'm like, hey, they're doves, okay, leave them alone, they're special. They're just the city rats, but I think they're still really cute. We have some pigeons over here, but I think they're mourning doves, actually. So they're different, but sometimes I straight up can't tell because they're very round. Sometimes I can't. That's what my cat was stalking, what he was hunting when I scared him really badly. Loki was hunting a mourning dove. I scared him so badly. Oh, quiet. That's what you missed. I hurt my hand over the weekend, so it's sliced all the way down. Literally hurt it yesterday, but because I snuck up on Loki a little too well, that when I touched him, he freaked the fuck out. I scared my little boy so badly. He freaked out. So it was literally my fault. I felt so bad. He's so tame today too, because he's embarrassed, because he scared the entire household, because he ran through and he was like, I don't know what happened. It was so funny. I'm not even mad at him for scratching me. A little in shock that he also headbutt my throat, but that's fair game. He was so scared. He was so scared. Has a name for all the pigeons. My dad calls them Brian, and I know somebody who calls them Dave. They're in pigeons. They're Brian and Dave. I like that. That's like Bruce. Hold on, sorry. Let me get Bruce. That's like my man Bruce. I'm a little too far over. This little guy's Bruce, and that's the big cheese. I love the big cheese. Oh, I hid it. I hid the wrong one. I was like, why did the rats go away? I hid them. I hit the wrong one. I'm hiding. I'm on the bay. Hello? I don't know what was there. Frank. Ooh, I like Frank for pigeons. I feel like... Gonna be golden. Oh, down the voices. Gonna be golden. Okay, there it is. Yeah. Done hiding. It's another name for the list. Yeah, I feel like collectively there needs to be like at least 5 different names for the pigeons. In a sense that you can have like a group of them. You're like, oh, there's Frank, there's Dave, there's Brian. Hey, you know. We gotta name one of them Bruce. In solidarity for Bruce. I need to move my heating pad. It's gonna get really annoying that I'm sitting on it. Should I turn it on? Absolutely. It would help my body. But no, I just put it on the floor instead. I need a crunch burger. I need a crunch in a better way. I need to eat my breakfast. Oh my god. I wasn't really hungry this morning. Boom, already done. What was I doing? I'm existing. Gonna be golden. I literally have just little bars. Gonna be golden. Oh. Hi, Coco. How are you, Coco? I swear to God, I had a napkin on my desk. But now I don't. Maybe golden. That's Band-Aid stuff. How are you? I wonder if... I was about to spill some hot tea. It's not really hot tea. What's in not safe for work? Oh, it's just that. Fair. Fair enough. Sorry to see Doc's question in the D&D general info. I like that. I hope you can smite down somebody. This community, because everyone feels like friends. Yeah, that's why I love it here. That's why I get sad when I don't see you guys. And that's why I have attachment issues. Because I just want to see my friends. Oh, I didn't show you my shirt. My shirt. I just bought this. I just bought it. So I wanted to buy this shirt last year at Spirit Halloween. They didn't fucking have it, so I got that witchcraft shirt that I always wear. Got that oversized. Thought it would work well, but it's a unisex size shirt, so it didn't work super well. So half of the picture gets cut off. But I wanted this shirt, and it's a stupid Portal to Cat dimension. And it's literally just a girl on her bed, and there's just a string of cats coming through. And I wanted it. So I told my mom, I was like, let's go to Spirit Halloween. And so I almost didn't go that day because I didn't feel like it afterwards because it got super late. There was only like 1 or 2 shirts left of this one. So I got this one, and I got a Ghostface shirt. And the mayo pick, no, but that is there. The mayo pick is there. I don't really eat sandwiches with mayo. What does it say? Hold on. Now I want to look at the picture. Yeah. I was like, what does that say again? I didn't actually really look at the picture. Don't eat mayo. That's fair. I do. But like, if I'm making a sandwich, I don't reach for it. That's so fucking funny. What necklace did I put on? Oh, I didn't even realize I had the sun and moon on. Who the fuck was it? I'm pretty sure it's Steve. It's also my dad's name. Oopsie. Ooh, I can't spell moon. Today, well, I don't know how that works for. I guess it still would be. Today is the full moon. It's the full harvest moon. So we get a full moon tonight. We get a full moon. It's very bright. The moon is so fucking bright. Oh my god. When I got home last night, because I got home after midnight, that shit was so fucking bright. I'm like, hey, good night. Oh, a piece of the thing just crumbled off. All this squat I do is diddly squat. I love that. I found the piece. Oh my god, I watched a horror movie last night at work. Oh my god, I didn't actually bring that up. Hear ye, hear ye. I have artwork for you guys. Which also reminds me, I mean, I haven't really done much today because I literally kind of just woke up. We have new art for ChatCat. But as you can see, I didn't put it in. Why? I kind of forgot I did do art. So you bitches, fuck yeah, Junior. Aye. So I have this stupid little art. Let me turn on the background. Oh shit, it's a green background. So that you can at least see the little guy. For Halloween, I think I'm gonna make ChatCat look like this. We have that silly little guy. I drew him. I made myself a new PNG. I think she's relatively cute. Shit, she's too fucking bright. Let me turn on the other mode. Somebody outside my window. Somebody right on my window. They're right on my window. Did it turn too bright? But like, we're gonna too nice. What? What are you doing with too nice? Why are we giving ChatCat two knives? Anyways, yeah, I made this one. It's very cutie. It's very sketchy, so like there's a lot of holes in it because it's like it's made to be like that. But yeah, I made my
Hear
little
me
gal.
out. He looks like a tent.
He does.
His arms look like the tent pegs with strings. Circus tent ChatCat.
Yes. We will be getting a new ChatCat design afterwards, and I worked on him last night, so I will show you guys because unfortunately I can't keep a goddamn secret from you guys. But this is him featuring you guys. Sorry, I was staring at it because I was just staring at this. I did point your guys' eyes in two different directions. I hope it's an accurate description of you guys. But yeah, this will be the new ChatCat. I'm gonna refine it a little bit, at least the paws and the eyes just a little bit.
Hear me out.
Hear me out. But we have that. This is a horrible rendition, but I did work on the Harley emote. She looks shitty, but the theory is to make the tail go whoosh by her face. Weirdly accurate. Hell yeah, I'm glad. I can tell by Kai's words. Kai approves. We have those ones, and then I did do this the other day. I think this is going to be one of my other PNGs and or channel art because fuck it, we ball. We had this little guy that I posted. I really like him. He's very cute. It is of my character as a cat form because she's a calico. She's very cute. I did it in the symmetrical like drawing assist, so it's perfect. Like it's perfectly aligned. I really like it. Like I got excited, as you should be. It just gives me the approval of like, oh, okay, you like? You like? I give you more. Can I actually give you more? Hold on. What else did I do? I was bored at work and I was just drawing. I literally did all of those, lined it, sketched it, lined it, colored it all last night because I had nothing to do. I did post this one too, but this nice little crunchy image, I just drew over it. It was very funny. I'm literally not going to do anything with it. I let them all, you're so good. Thank you. I'm getting better with it. Like I'm getting more comfortable with my art again and like sticking to my style. So I'm like, okay, we take it. This is a win. I am really excited about this one. I think I need to redraw ChatCat, but I think I'm going to keep you guys like that. You guys came out perfect. So you guys are so... Your eyes look like little olives. You guys are so cute. I love it. I'm gonna Sarah too much, she'll cry. Yeah, I will. I'm in a vulnerable state still. Me vulnerability. Vulnerable. That wasn't English. Vulnerable. Oh my god, what the fuck is that, Mai? Oh my god, Mai has a new PNG, but that is the most cursed body I've ever seen. I love it. Okay. That's the wrong way. Let me put that there. I hate using an iPad because I got used to using an Android. So now I don't know how to use my fucking iPad sometimes. Okay, I don't need that in my way. Scoot, scoot, scoot. Olives are fruit. Thank you. Chicken butt? What? Oh, you got the pigeon card! I love that. I don't know what compelled me to eat that whole thing in one bite. I just got excited. I was like, I need to honor the pigeon card by eating this entire card. Pigeon, 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 pigeon. That card's so stupid. I love it. Have you seen the new magic cards for, there was a Marvel ones? Spider-Man. They're really pretty. But I think the pigeon one beats them all. I want the Miku card still. I don't think they sell them anymore. But I want Miku. I want Miku so badly. I just want one Miku. I really wanted. Oh no, are they sold out, Doc? Sorry, I could not formulate the words. Hold on. I can't make a beam! Okay, beam is over. Oh, they're mystery boxes. No, I hate that. Play cards too? Ew. I love mystery boxes, but I hate when it's like that. I don't know. Sometimes I get tired of mystery boxes because I'm just like, I just want this one thing. Battlefield 6. I'm not buying the Phantom Edition. That is crazy. Battlefield 6 Phantom Edition is $100. That shit's crazy. It comes out this Friday. Yay. Oh, that's so sad. Just start buying it. Doc, this is what I do sometimes. Just start buying them as gift for people, but you open it up before you gift it, and then you find the one you want, and then you gift the rest of them away. To go, I'm running low on percent. Oh yes, go charge your phone, Haunted. Video games with my friends. Have a good time with the video games. I love you very much. I hope you're. Wait, did you get a roll? Did you want a roll? I lost my dice. Like 23 a pop? And it's mystery? That's kind of diabolical. First up, we're doing rolls. Kai. Accurate. You got a 12. Mentally, pigeon. But you got a 4 and a 7 because sick. Sick as fuck. Anyways, Doc, you're next. Can I pick up my freaking dice? 19, 19, and a 5. You're doing great. That's not a 19. That's a 6. Either way, you got a 19. You did get a 19. But then you got a 6 and a 5. 19, because we're here. Look, we're back, and we're high energy today. Let's fucking go. But then you didn't get the one you wanted. My condolences to not winning the mystery box challenge. And I hate that for you. Junior! Get your ass back in here, Junior. 12, 13, and a 9. You're doing good. Wee. Haunted. I hope Haunted is still here. Haunted, you got an 18 and 11. You're doing great. We'll have great video games. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna hold my dice over here. I can't, like, fully crunch my hand. Like, I can't. It does start to hurt after a certain point, but also because there's so much tape. I love I love this tape. The floop. They're one of my favorite. What the fuck? I'm gonna buy one. Would you be mad if I bought one and then if I got that, I gave it to you? Sorry, the tape didn't stay. So that was my calm reaction to that situation. That the tape's not staying. I think because I put lotion on. The curses of lotion. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Surprisingly, this lipstick is working very well. There's shit on my desk. Sorry, that was me trying to breathe. I was about to shout. The agenda for today, we're playing Silent Hill F. For however long I wish to. Just expect even bigger box to be sent to you. You know, that's fair. I do actually expect a bigger box because, yeah, at this point, you don't send it, completely fine. Literally send it when eventually you send it, but, like, you keep on collecting more stuff. So it's just getting bigger and bigger. Everything is a crutch for life. You're so right, Games. Hi, Games. How are you? It appears that I'm getting an iPad for the program for my birthday. Okay. One, I love that. It appears that I'm getting. I love that. Kai, if you need any help with the iPad, let me know. That's what I draw on. It's so much fun. I can give you a free pencil set for like brushes that I love to use. It's free. That one, it's free, so I can give you that one. I just gotta find it again. I have the name. I have it. It's so much fun. Their birthday, kinky. Yeah, that. Why do you have Sonic next to your name? Oh, Sonic Racing. Subscribing to a streamer in the Sonic Racing Crossworlds category. That's crazy. Sonic. Anyways, that's so fucking exciting. That's so fucking exciting. The iPad is so fun. It is so fun to mess with. Hand it over. I will. It's my favorite one. It has some really nice brushes. But also, it was free. I've been thinking about buying some, though. Hi, Butters. I don't want that song. Hey, yes, to love a girl. Did the bee respond to us? Nope. Bow, 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 bow. Cinco días. Esto es genial, ¿qué sé? ¿Qué? Hello? Oh, she's in the Gap bag. Cinco días. Wait, what is it for? Hold on. That never leave her. They'll bad on me, sir. It's a well-blend. What is esto? Have you only been learning Espanol for 5 days? ¿Qué sé? Yeah, you did. Yeah. Okay. I'm proud of you, Junior. You're doing it. Not an Apple person, but genuinely, this is the least expensive way to learn. No, dude, I agree. And I feel like it's very nice, especially first learning digital, because it's very portable. I love the tablets for connecting to the computer, but then you're stuck to drawing to the computer, you know? This is very portable. You can hook it up, like I can hook it up somehow to stream it. I still haven't quite figured out and put the pieces together. But like I could in theory. But it's very nice and it's easy. I like it very much. And it's not like, I think the app is maybe $5-10. Honestly, I don't think it's over 10. It's very cheap. Trying to save up for a while. That's so exciting. I'm so proud of you, Kai. Don't speak Spanish? I do. Barely. I still get shamed for how I speak my Spanish, and I will fight anybody now. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And we don't speak that here. We don't speak it in my household. No one did it, so of course I didn't fucking learn it. Exactly. I don't like Apple much either. But I will say I do like how they do iPads. The iPads, yeah. Can't beat. Exactly. The iPads are really nice. I think I have an iPad Pro. I think that's what I ended up getting. I don't remember. But it's really nice. I would stick with Apple for my iPad. Obviously, I went away from my phone. Best decision ever. Best decision ever going away from that. Except I do miss being able to AirDrop to my phone after I finish getting an artwork done. So I do miss that. The Apple Pen is pretty fucking fire. It's so fucking good. Kai, if you're not getting an Apple Pen, we'll help save up to get you an Apple Pen because they're really good. If you're not getting like them both wombo combo, stylus works perfectly fine, but the Apple Pen is so fucking goated. It's so good. Sorry, all the black on my lips look like it just disappeared. Theory, I could fly, but I need to get a very tall building to test that theory. In theory, Doc, I think you should remain on the floor. Can I be a no sabo kid if I'm not Hispanic? Technically, by what the term is, yes, but also no. Sorry. Would you like to take my no sabo badge? I can give you my no sabo badge. I can pass it to you. With it, if not, it's only 45. Get one secondhand. That's real. I think I have. Just make sure it works with that model of the iPad. That is the only thing. Because I learned that the hard way. That's why I'm saying, Guy, no. N-O. Lloyd. What do you mean no? What do you mean no? No. Give me. Oh, wait, yes, thank you. I don't want to be called a no sabo no more. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's just making fun of us. Been researching for that's such a fucking mood, as you should. But it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so much fun to mess with. It definitely just mess with it. It's so fucking. It's not like hard to learn, but it's so fucking hard to learn digital because it's so different from drawing in hand and then going there. So it's not like a learning curve. It's just getting used to. But it's really fun. I still don't know what a lot of the buttons do. I'm gonna be honest. It's so much fun. I love it. I love it very much. Couldn't have recommended a better one because I really like it. Translate to anything? Technically, okay, so no sabo makes fun of kids who don't understand Spanish because it's supposed to make fun of them in the sense of how do I put this? The best way to put it, almost like me, it's making fun of them because they don't know how to speak it properly. So it's not the right it's supposed to be no sé, but they call it no sabo because it's incorrect. So it's making fun of the kids even more because they don't actually know Spanish. So no sabo itself actually doesn't translate to anything. It's supposed to be I don't know, but the correct translation for that is no sé. But no sabo is, yeah, it's a harassment that don't know Spanish. Yeah. They're very petty and they're very mean. Hispanics are very mean, especially here. If you didn't grow up speaking Spanish, because then they're just like, you're not part of this culture then. Like, get out. Like, what the fuck are you? Why didn't you learn Spanish? You're a disgrace type of thing. And I'm like, well, my mom didn't even learn Spanish either because my grandma was like, you need to be able to understand things and not be taken advantage. So she was like, no. But yeah, no sé is actually, I don't know. But no sabo is making fun of children or just people in general, not just children. I'm not a child. Now bits of digital with the bits being pixel art. You're gonna be able to make some cool pixel art. There is a really fun thing. There's like the drawing assist that's on there, but one of it's just a grid guide, and it's really nice, especially for pixel art. I think that'll help a lot. Took Spanish in high school. The teacher had us make a drawing for each verb we were learning, and for I almost said saber. I know I drew a super sick saber-toothed tiger with a light bulb over his head. I love that, Junior. I love that so much. That's such a kid thing to do. I love that. Me and my mom were talking about Spanish words the other day. One of them was like esta. Tu There was another one, but it haunts me because it's the conjugated words where I remember having to conjugate all these motherfucking words and I fucking hated conjugating. I hate conjugation so much. I hate conjugation. I hate it, but we were talking about it. It was very funny. Because I remember so vividly struggling with conjugation. Don't know why, but I really hated conjugations. If I get it, because I only highly suspect I'm going to get it, fair. Over to you and quarter you for tips. Highly suspect, meaning my dad just walked in a room, told me to look over an iPad to see if it's the right one, which pens were. No, don't keep yapping about it, guy. We have audacity here, okay? We can have multiple conversations at once because we can't keep a normal conversation straight anyways. We're not straight. Anyways, yeah, I see the highly suspicion there. He's so sneaky. Your dad's so discreet. He's so sneaky about going back about getting you a gift. I love that so much. So sneaky. So sneaky like me. Wow. I love that though. That's so exciting. Sorry for bringing up a sore subject, by the way. I was making a joke, but I didn't know it was an insult. Junior, don't feel bad. I don't... See, Junior, when we talk about it, it's completely fine. It's not really... It's a sore spot for me, but it's not a sore spot because now I've learned not to care. But also, you're not calling me that. So therefore, let's fucking talk about it. When it's somebody calling me that, because I have never been called that before, and I didn't know what it was until a couple years ago. And then I had a friend call me that. I don't know if she really meant it really mean. Don't care for her too much anyways. But it was just kind of like the, and you don't say that. Don't call somebody that. No. But there is a really cute, I was seeing, I forget this girl's account. It was either on Instagram or TikTok, but she makes Hispanic recipes, but she's so cute. She was like, I care and cater for the no sabo kids. So she does a lot of her recipes in English and Spanish. And I'm like, that's really cute. Because they're so gatekeepy. Oh my God. It's so gatekeepy. I'll teach you other Spanish words. I don't know any other Spanish words. I'll teach you my butchered Spanish. I'll do the pet. Oh, shit, that scared the shit out of me, Mochi. I thought it was somebody outside. Hi, Jan. How are you? Freedom. Freedom, freedom, freedom. Come on. I need a crunch on my hair, I won't lie. Mochi's back. You're not scared anymore. Let me clean your eyes. You're on camera. There you go. Oh. She's dramatically stretching. No, hell yeah, as you should. I feel like that's important in any language. Oh my God, no. The horror movie I watched yesterday was Strange Frequencies, which reminds me of... Is it this? No. Is it that? No. That's actually a show. What movie? Movie. Oh, is that it? Yes. Grave Encounters. That horror movie, where's the first one, was so fucking funny. I love it so much. I really want to watch it again. That one's just like ghost hunting crew goes in, locks himself into like the location, kind of like how old what's Zach Bagan's show? Oh my god, Ghost Adventures. Excuse you, the Haunted Museum, Ghost Adventures. Excuse you. Cat butt. Yes, cat butt. Okay, she's laying down. But it reminds me of Their Crew, and I think it is a parody off of Their Crew. But they go in, do their investigation. Obviously, they all end up encountering the ghosts and demons there and dying. It's really fucking funny. Is my phone? I play silly game now? Hell yeah. I gotta be on the phone. Oh, I hope your phone situation is working out better now. But the one that I watched was Strange Frequencies Taiwan Killer Hospital. Highly recommend. It's a Filipino movie. And it is so funny, except the one girl who pissed me off the most, I thought she was gonna die first. She fucking didn't. The one who was smart fucking died first, and I was so upset. Filipino, oh my god, it's you! I texted Nikki, I was like, I'm watching a movie from I'm watching your countrymen. She's like, my countrymen? They were fucking annoying me. Not all of them. It was really just the one girl who was annoying me. Because, like, I don't know, we've talked about it here. In the sense that it's like, if there's spooky stuff, you know, I'm not going to take that risk whether I believe in it or not. We're not going to accidentally get haunted. Oh no, that chick didn't. She was like, oh, all just ritualistic stuff. I'm just going to touch this. I'm going to touch this thing. This skull, the blood on the floor. I'm just going to touch this. And I'm like, my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Because they split off into groups when they were in this place. The one who was very spiritual turned around and she was paying her respects to the shrine that was there. And he was literally like, you don't even know what this is for. Like, what the you don't know what you're praying to. Oh, maybe that's why. That's real. Anyways, yeah, she's not the one who died, and I'm so upset. Wonder if there's any terms for Filipinos who don't speak Tagalog? Tag along. I hate that I remember that from... God, somebody said that with their full chest in my middle school class. I don't have relatives that speak to ask. I can ask Nikki. Remind me to ask Nikki. She's asleep right now. If all right, I'm all right. Been trying to deal with some adult stuff. Oh, I honestly hate dealing with adult stuff. I'm doing good. I'm teaching myself accountability because I got an audition, but I haven't had time to record it. So if I don't record it, I need to take action on my I need to have consequences to my actions. Wake her up! I'm not gonna wake her up. She sleeps hard. When she comes back here, I'll ask her. If not, we'll get back to you at another time. We'll fucking figure this out. I could probably Google it, but I trust Nikki very much. She's Filipino. I trust her. But I'm glad you're doing your best, Istia. That's all that matters. I'm doing well. Other than that, I had a pretty solid weekend. That's the only thing that's happening right now that I'm like, okay, I gotta learn from my actions, but I'm not gonna beat myself up about it. So it's okay. Wasn't the emote I meant to use? It's even funnier. What even is that? It just feels like a threat, but I love it so much. As you should be. Oh, it's been over an hour. We'll start Silent Hill in a moment then. But Junior, watching that, I didn't know it was a Filipino movie to begin with. Because it was the Taiwan Killer Hospital, so I thought it was a movie from Taiwan. One may think, because it was a Taiwan Killer Hospital. Hi, Gaiju Tech. How are you? Gaming is about to begin. We're playing Silent Hill F today. I'm very excited, so gaming is going to be good today. It's going to be very good, very good. Junior, I was traumatized by hearing the Tagalog in it. Because I was hearing them talk, and it was the half English, half Tagalog. And I was like, this sounds too familiar. And I had accidentally hit back on the movie when I was on my phone and it said Filipino. I was like, this makes so much sense. And then they talked about it in there because there was a whole bunch of Filipino like stars because they were going in to live stream it, like a live show. So it was very funny. Nice. It was so fucking funny when they were asking for water. Do you know what the word for water is, Junior? Because I do. And they started shouting for water to give to one of the guys who was being sick. And I was just like, oh my God, I'm trying not to laugh. I finished my 3rd playthrough of Silent Hill after yesterday. Fuck yeah. Actually, that's what I wanted to look up, how long the game is. Guess how they put on their shoes over there? Die one at a time. They die one at a time. That's a really good one. So, I have a cat on my arm. I have to type how long to beat. There we go. No, I don't want I mode. I thought that said 20 minutes. I can't read right. 10 8 hours? That sounds about right. This says 10 to 12. Playthroughs, new game plus will likely be faster. 8 to 10 hours. Real, okay. Yeah. Actually, very accurate. Kitty cat, yeah, she's right here. There's her tail. She didn't like that. I love Filipinos. I was stuck with them, like being around them so much because I had so many Filipino friends. So then I went to all the parties, like the family birthdays and whatnot. So then I just got adopted into a lot of their families. It was so funny. It's very cute and I love them so much. I am going to open up the game. We're going to chill out and we're going to take it slow. Oh. We're going to take it slow for opening up since I did learn my lesson last week. I tried to run into not Silent Hill. That you all are truly blessed. I love this song. I tried to run into Resident Evil 4, literally sprinting. Didn't end well. So we're learning that. Familiar with the Filipino cuisine? Yes. Yes, I am. So does your shirt? Yes. It has a whole bunch of cats. I wanted the shirt last year quite and I couldn't find it at all, but I got it this year. I'm so happy. Word for water or anything? The only words I know how to say is kuya. Yeah, the older brother. And then sometimes I have older brothers. Like, which is how are you? None of which I learned from my family, only from Filipino friends. That's fair. Anyways, water, and the best way to put it is too big. And so it's just them shouting for water to save this one guy's. She's like, too big? And I was just laughing because me and Nikki have made jokes about it. So it just like triggered the funny. Also, this one girl in the movie decked the ghost and I was sitting there calmly drawing and I was trying not to laugh out loud so badly because it came out of nowhere. I thought she was about to die and then she just decked the bitch and I was like, oh. So fucking funny. Grab a controller and kick back. This game needs a controller for the best experience. Unfortunately, I'm stupid. So we're gonna... Also, I don't think I can actually grab my controller. I have a cat on me. Too big. Yeah, that's water. Too big. It's so fucking funny. They said something else, or it's just like the... didn't pay enough attention to see if they pointed with their lips. There was a lot more horror stuff happening. So I wasn't paying attention to that. I don't need it. I need it. Okay, display language. I'll see you. Sorry, I was looking over at my stream stuff. Okay. What do we have for that? What do we have for that? Okay. I'm going to tab out. We're going to click on things. There's somebody else. We're going to give you guys this. Nothing else is dropping, so it's okay. Wrap with these. Down to the left. It's so funny trying to find the executables for like which is attached to the game, because sometimes they're named very funny. Changing my window screen always is very like straightforward. It says the name, but the sound lines never. Speakers. Okay. That shouldn't be. Punch is always funny. So they make a Taco Monk. Oh, I forgot your name, Taco. And when I want to know if paladins would be able to smite with a punch, make a paladin monk multi-class. That'd be so funny. I really hope you can do that, because that's gonna be so fucking funny. Yeah, because let me. When this girl decked that fucking ghost, literally sprinted at it, and she just willy-nilly just like threw it like that because she was crying and screaming, and it was just a boom. It took me out. Took me out. Headphones. That's what I'm wearing. I can't stop. Okay. Does not support HDR? You know, perfectly fine. We're a little blind. Ooh. Ooh. Nice contrast. Brighter? Oh. Ooh, darker, but that. No, we'll keep it like that, because I am a little blind. I say yes, I should probably wear my glasses. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be a good fucking time. We're gonna be in this for the long run. Okay. While this is loading. I'm having the very unhinged thoughts of fuck it, we ball. Nice contrast. Wasn't what I thought you were about to say. What did you think I was about to say? Anyways, I'm having this is nice. This crunched up very nicely. Like, it actually crunched. I'm trying other products, and so we're seeing how it works. How my hair turns out. I didn't do my bangs, but I think they're getting to the point where I don't have to worry extremely a lot about it. Nice cack. Nice cack. Oh, there was people outside. I think they're gone. I hope they are, because my window's open and they would have just heard that. The fuck was I saying? Oh, the fuck it we ball, because I got one of the days off because I gave it away. I should have just about 4 hours of sick pay to use, and I have a day. I have 2 days, but I would like to save one. I have a day of a free sick day. I just have to input it, type of thing, to use. So I'm like, what if I go to TwitchCon? The fuck it we ball is basically, should I go to TwitchCon? I should just go to TwitchCon. I think I'll go for a day for sure, because I have 1 day officially off. This is so fucking cool. Okay, cool. I can turn that up here. Yeah. Press any button. I turned up the volume. It's capped for you guys. Oh my god. I kind of want it loud, so... That's fine. But the music is really pretty though. Fuck me ball, I say as I grab my 3rd energy drink of the day. That's such a mood. Shaylin, I love you, and then boop. I love you very much. I think we keep it loud. My sanity. I can hear. Especially with these headphones, since they're in my ear. They're so fucking loud. I think 80 is good. I still have my coffee. My mom was making a 2nd pot of coffee. Which Instagram story? I saw the one from yesterday. I think it was yesterday. got snatched by the freaking Instagram ads. Sorry, I got immediately distracted by Baby No Money. Immediately distracted. Yeah, that was so fucking funny. It looks really good though. You just got immediately snatched. That's so fucking funny. Dynamic range? Hi. Sure. Okay. But like, my GPU is running fine. I think I can handle it on high. Best impulse buy off Instagram this year? Fuck yeah. Honestly, we like that. I love this music. Desync off. No limit. Huh. Where's my frames? Do you guys get to see that? No, you don't. Not the fucking how you doing? Sounds so good. It sounds so fucking good. I like it because it's like a combo of traditional music. Ooh. It got louder on this screen. But also like a little mix of like the modern in there. Like a little sprinkle. I'm very scared. If I lock into this game, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. We're all gonna be locked the fuck in. Oh my god, this is like reminding me of my stupid fucking essay I had to read. Write? That my teacher got mad at me. Because like these old housing is a big issue in, not a big issue in Japan, but for earthquakes, they're a big issue because some of them are not structurally sound. Because they're old. And she was like, you're making it seem like it's an easy thing to fix. And I'm like, it is. In newer buildings. Because they're fucking great over there. Didn't continue the... How dare. That's so funny. I just love that. Hey, how you doing? It is freaky. I don't get that. Okay. New game. Lost in the fog. Puzzles will be more typical for players looking for a serious challenge. We'll do hard. Okay, so we're doing story mode and we're doing hard. I was like, I don't want to be on story. I go in medium. There's only 2 options. Said I didn't watch Friends like at all. I just know Joey's how you doing. You know the beginning of it. That's so funny. I didn't watch Friends either. I've only seen parts of Friends because my mom used to watch it. Same with Sex and the City, but I never actually watched it myself. And I only know bits of it or like little random scenes. How is that? That's doing good. Oh my god, my leg. I forgot. I kind of want the white uniform. No, I'm gonna keep it with... I like this. Designated school uniform. Pure white. Innocent white. Episode where Joey asks Rachel how you doing, and Rachel smiles says how you doing. I'm doing good, baby. How you doing? Rachel smiles. Yeah. I love that. Oh, bye, Mochi. Used to watch it when I was knee-high to the grasshopper because it was the only... That's real. Real as fuck. I'm gonna keep it the original. I do have that. But we'll keep this. Oh, shit, we're going. Oh. Well, damn. I have other thoughts I wanted to tell you guys, but now we're here.
仲間外れなんか気にしないもん。ひなこ、お友達のところに遊びに行ったんじゃなかったの？ 男の子と遊ぶ子はおままごとに入れてあげないだって。
じゃあお姉ちゃんと一緒におままごとしよっか。
本
お待たせ。
お姉ちゃん。
何かいいことでもあった？
ううん、昔を思い出してた。お姉ちゃんって小さい頃からずっとお姉ちゃんだったんだなって。
ひな子、私ね。
これお姉ちゃんにあげる。
綺麗だわ。
They're so
ありがとう。
cute. To test how drunk Rachel is. She should be cut off. I love that. The good old friends test. How drunk can they... Are they allowed to be? I'm very scared. Unless there was an option in English. I don't pay attention during cutscenes. That's real. I think there is an English option. There was options for the actual voice. So you should be good, though. This is so pretty, though. This game you're playing? Yeah! It's so freaking pretty, Shaylin. I have been waiting for this. I was hearing mixed things from people, but I also don't think I really care. I think this is really pretty, and I love Japanese culture, especially like religious cultures and myths and whatnot. And it kind of reminds me of the same thing from Fatal Frame. Thank you, Doug, for gifting a sub to Shaylin. Play horror games? I'm a baby bag bitch about it. Not such a mood. I love horror. I love Japanese architecture. I'm very scared though. Silent Hill in general scares me.
ひなこ、親に向かってその言い草はなんだ。
お父さんやめてください。
純子があんなにも高校娘なのに、どうして妹の前は何もかも正反対なんだ。どこ行く？話はまだ終わってないぞ、ひなこ。
お父さん、ひな子だって分かってくれてますよ。
分かってたらどうしてあの態度になるんだ。これも全部お前がひな子をずっと甘やかしてきたからだろう。
For any reference to anybody who doesn't know Silent Hill,
ひな子、お父さんはね、あなたのためを思って。
友達のとこ行ってくる。
Silent Hill deals with a lot of trauma. Both very, like, I need to fix my legs. Loose trauma, but also very triggering trauma. I don't know how bad this one is. I was like, James? Should I go to Silent Hill? James? Yeah. James fucking killed his wife. That's why I'm like, Resident Evil. Not Resident Evil. Resident Evil zombies. Silent Hill deals with a lot of trauma of different levels. So I'm really curious how this is gonna be fucked up. This is very nice. Ooh. Me is on a single extraordinary thing about me, except maybe being tall for a girl my age. I used to be in... Don't you do that, computer. It just blinked at me. Stop blinking. You're scaring me. I'm gonna have to Google this. I know how Silent Hill franchise... Yeah, and seeing how her father is... I know there's a lot of meaning behind, like, there's the scarecrow enemies, and they remind me very much of the nurse ones. But yeah, I would give it a Google, because I actually don't know. I kind of forgot. I'm like, wait, this is Silent Hill. Wait a minute. Let me give this warning. Much like the bubble, they're children. It's supposed to be based off of high school girls, though. That's the thing, but it's like based off of that same thing of how the nurses are based as well. Like the same trauma of that. Got used to running around a lot as a kid and preferred playing with boys. Will admit, I can be quite stubborn at times. I don't like accepting things that other girls decide for me, even if they're the right thing to do. More than once I rebelled and made the wrong decision only to regret it later. Gonna retract that statement? No, but Doc, I know exactly what you mean. Because they are like a very copy of the nurses. And also, I didn't know they were... I only found that out seeing some people talking about it, and they were like, no, it's really fucked up because it's based off of like the sexualization of like younger girls. But yeah, I will not disagree with that statement. Dude, yeah. They did. Really, if I had to choose one word to describe her, it would be, pitiful. She's the one who bears the brunt of my father's violent moods and malicious abuse. When I was younger, she used to protect me from him, so I didn't hate her back then. But maybe I do hate her now. Even as my father screams in her face, throws bowls at her, and sends her out for alcohol late at night, she remains loyal to him. I will not accept her way of life. You, my father. When I first learned the term, practical husband, and that it meant a man who does nothing but boss his wife around, he was the first person that came to mind. Dad barely talks. He ignores me when I tell him good morning, but if I say nothing, he gets angry instead. And once he's angry, he explodes. He loses control of his emotions in a blink of an eye. Oh.
Love you, BTW.
Love you, Beach. Love you, Turn Up. Thank you for this 58 months. Not gonna spoil it, but that is mashily not good for me. No, that is completely fine, Kai. It's Silent Hill, so it is rough, and I can't even say, oh, that enemy's coming up soon or whatnot. We're going as fucking blind. Like me and Doc were talking about the ones. I wonder if it's the same ones. Because those are the only enemies that I know. But yes, you go lurk. You're more than welcome to pop back in, but don't stay long if you cannot. Silent Hill. Also, this is a bad, that's a little bit shocking. My older sister, she's one of the prettiest, kindest people I know, and there's nothing she can't do. I can rely on her for anything, honestly. She's the greatest sister anyone could ask for. She's always been there for me, even since the day I was born until she left and got married. Oh. In the uniform? Yeah. Those are the only ones that I know. There's a second page to him. Okay. This is a very pretty game. I think I might turn down some of the settings just so I don't break my computer. Because we know how I am. You might struggle for a second. Also, thank you for starting a hype train too. Turnip started that. Oh my god. I mean, that's what I get for changing it in the middle of the fucking game. That was so fucking funny. It looked like a desolate land. And the person playing it, the scarecrow was there. He turned the camera and went, damn, why is it? Yeah, that's the same one that I saw. Where? Is there anything up here? I hate that I'm an explorer. Because I want to know where things are. Oh, it's just another house. Serious issue? The onsen geyser that suddenly started spewing water on the 3rd of this month. Iwa. This is... I'm gonna have war flashbacks to fucking Haikyuu. It came to a stop this morning. The geyser reached height of at least 30 meters, but ceaseless noise. Pungent hydrogen sulfur. Oh! It's stinky and not... That's a bad fume. 3 individuals have been hospitalized with complaints of skin sores. Other maladies they claim were caused by the gas. Yeah, that's not a good gas. Oh, okay. Hi, Kev. Pete? Oh. Oh, there's so many things that I remember from the other Silent Hill of learning to play that for the first time. Do I have...
Voila.
Wow. Thank you for 9 months with the Prime. Journal is this. Tutorials. Oh, thank you for the 100 biddies too, Kev. Thank you. I hope work has been treating you well. It's very exciting news. I'm very excited for you. I finally have complained enough that they have started actually talking to the managers about finishing my training, but we'll see how long I last there. Where is my friend? I see it struggle a little bit every once in a while. Truth be told, it's the first time I'm ever opening it, so I will give it the benefit of the doubt. Is it F to pick up? Yeah. Local doctors note there have been sightings of foxes coming into the town recently. I'm sure the older generation who grew up learning to respect foxes are fine, but I'm concerned for the children who may try and chase and provoke the creatures. Foxes by nature are not aggressive, but just like wild dogs, carry diseases such as rabies, tinnitus, and, oh my god, etrichonicosis. To name a few. The town committee should send out warnings to ensure people don't get unnecessarily close to them. That's real. Okay. I guess that's a no. Wait, y'all want me to ruin your day a bit? Wait, no. Wait, what do you mean by ruin day? What you gotta say? What do you have to tell us? See, I don't know where I'm starting. I know that's the exciting part, but also the scary part. Yeah, I see it chugging a little bit. Do we think we should turn it down a little bit? I think it's fine. I just see it skipping some frames. Let's just cap it at 60. No. Full screen. Oh, get him. Oh, I had on an epic. Motion blur. I like motion blur. I'm sorry, I like motion blur. It's so funny.
There are studies that have found that kinks and fetishes are hereditary. So which one of your parents did you get yours from?
I love that. On the fence, Sarah. That I'm on the fence? Oh. Don't be on the fence. That's not that bad. That's not a big thing to ruin the day. I think that's quite funny. Because it's like, man, where'd you get it from? Which one of your parentals fucked you? Oh, ooh. Okay, so I can change it at any point. And this is where I save. Okay. Why are we standing on fences? Why not? I actually don't know where I'm going. I really don't know where I'm going. Is that a paper? Well, it is a paper. It's just not one I can take.
がないな。千鶴屋なら誰か来てるかな。
To the convenience store. Misukoka. Where's the convenience store? Oh, that's a save station. Okay. I'm like, what does it tell me there? Or do you all have ADHD? Hey, ADHD. Oh, I don't like that. I was just analyzing, like, the, like, screen rate.
Slap that prime on the table
His
like
worst
a big
point for this
cock.
fucking audio.
Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Yeah. I would be running back home if I ever witnessed this. Oh. Because, like, you got it to level 2? I don't know. Like, this is so eerie. Especially if, like, this can't be normal. I don't know, just... Well, that's not suspicious at all. This really isn't a shortcut, but I'll take it. The game is really pretty, I won't lie. Oh, did her sister die? Who can target where they think? Oh. Okay. I know the answer to the question to the first one. Damn. Oh my god, I remember some of the stuff you've told us, Doc. Yeah, I feel like this is chugging ever so slightly, but I don't think it's... It's my frames. Sakuko?
どこ行くの？こっち通るの珍しいね。
車が道を塞いでてさ。
千鶴屋？
今は誰かと喋りたくて。
私も後から行くね。
Sorry, I know that hair and I'm very scared.
じゃあね。
裏切り者。
Oh, how kind of her. You traitor? Thanks. Thanks. An avocado. Wow. Sakuko? Oh, she's so cute. One of my friends, she always got her
I don't
head
know
up
if
in
I
the
want to know
clouds.
which parent is into pegging or futanari, or any of the numerous fetishes, kinks I have.
Where do you think? I mean, some of that has to be based off of. Oh, I don't know. Why? I know why we're talking. It's very fitting for Silent Hill. This is like when we play DVD late at night. It just triggers these conversations. They're not even weird conversations. It's just funny. Constantly trying to worm her way out of paying me back 500 yen I lent her one time. 500 yen? God damn. Father's the head priest at the... Oh, yep. That's what I thought. Senisugi Shrine in town. She seems to take great pride in donning the traditional Miko robes, selling charms during the new year. That's unfortunate news that I have in my brain of I don't know how it happens, but I know it happens. Information. Oh. A name? Last seen wearing white blouse, long sleeve, long navy skirt, beige neckerchief with black polka dots. Details of disappearance. The rest is torn off. Have we never looked at that before? Hi, Goomber. How are you? How are you doing? Trying to figure out the frame that's missing. It's like a weird frame that's missing. Yeah, and it isn't even that much. But like, damn. She don't want to pay her back that much. She said, hee hee. No, thank you. Yeah, there's like a... Oh my god. There's a frame missing, but I can't find the frame. Shit. Oh yeah, because she said she hangs out with the boys a lot. Sure, I got a liking a fetish. Redheads for my father. That's fair. I guess the town is normally quiet. Do you guys want me to read out what they're saying at all? I'll just let you be blind. I say his dog's at work and is only listening.
なんか言ってよ。
お前こそなんか言うことはないのかよ。
相棒にないんだったら私にだってない。
お前らしいや。受け身な生き方なんてお前らしくないぜ。
What happened?
お前が自分で選んだ道なら俺はいつまでも応援するからな。
It's got a podcast from you, so I can't understand what they're saying, but I'm listening to you. Hell yeah. Podcast mode. I'll tell you when dramatic stuff happens. He was alluding to something that has happened.
リンコ。
何の話を
So we've missed 3 different people now.
いや、大した話は。
Something's happened, but I don't know what.
気持ちだったんだって。
気が紛れたよ。
それは良かった。お役に立てて光栄の極み。
How cute.
会えると分かってたら借りてた雑誌持ってくればよかった。
ああ、貸したままでいいよ。
I can't wait till everything goes wrong and she loses all of her friends. Oh, good heavens.
笑いすぎだよ。サクコだってひなこから何か借りてるんじゃないの？私なんかあったかな？
Her fucking money, bitch. Pay her back.
ねえひなこ。じゃあ私が借りてる500円も返さなくていいよね。サクコ利子つけて返すとか言ってなかった？
Paying her back with interest is crazy. Oh, for your information, Doc. And turnip. The fog is rolling in on this town. The Silent Hill is activating. Oh, I don't like that. The Silent Hill is activating. Silent Hill, please go away. They're happy little children. Maybe not the happiest, but you know, it's not Silent Hill time. Please. The Silent Hill is calling her. Oh. What the fuck? Oh. Why am I having to look at the monster behind me? I want to face forward. What the fuck is that? Sakako got fucking taken out. Got taken out by the flowers, most literally. I forget what type of flowers those are. That poor girl. Oh god. Oh god. I may like flowers, but not like this. I don't want to be one with the flowers. Oh! Run, bitch, run! Oh, I went the wrong way. Hi, I died immediately. She wouldn't turn. I don't like how the flowers take over. It's like little spots on the face. That's fucking gross. Oh. I can't believe her friend's just like fucking gone. Okay, there we go. Also, where did her other two friends go? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm doing like this. I don't want what you're yelling, bitch. Let me go. Okay. This isn't the oh my god. I don't like it. It's fucking. Let me go. Oh my god, she's fucking right behind me. Okay, so that shit grabs me. What the fuck? If I wasn't already hindered by the fact, oh, I don't like it. Okay, don't where am I going? That's her sister. Fucking climb. Oh, that's not your sister. Died? You died? Have you died twice? I died once. Because my camera got locked a little bit, and then I got confused, and then I got stressed. Did her sister, like, die or something? But that was a little, like, bell that she gave her. Her friend died. I think. I don't know. They fucking left her in the dust. And just like Silent Hill, it's all fucking over. Where are the other two friends? Oh? Well, yeah, you fell off of the roof. Note from Shu? Hey, hey, partner. These painkillers should work best for you. They not only take care of headaches, but also any pain from injuries. I suspect the main cause behind your nasty headaches is from your unconsciously grinding your teeth when you're upset. Does that sound about right? If you ever need to talk or anything, just call my name and I'll be there. Red capsule. Okay. Oh. Okay, bandages. No concept of this game, and I refuse to Google it. Me too. What is this place? Is this? Yeah, girly pop. I don't know where we are. It still looks like your town, but you just said, "What is this place?" Oh, we're trying to get to the. Is there anything in this weird corner? Oh, a red capsule. Tab. Ooh, okay, so that's that's so cool. The areas that are covered with the flower. I forget that type of flower, but it's marked on the map with the flowers. Oh, good heavens. Mochi is coming back this way. Can I look out this way? This is so eerie, but this town looked eerie to begin with. Oh, excuse me, ma'am. What? Oh, I didn't see the shadow, but I know that was a shadow. I know what the fuck this bitch is about. Mochi, please. My legs crunch so sad as if I'm sitting on the floor, and I don't think that's smart. Because I have no fight or flight. I googled the monsters and found out there's a... I fucking love it. It's like the dog ending in Silent Hill 2. See, I did somewhat know about that there's different endings. But I don't know how to get those endings. I don't know what we'll end up on. Even with normal Silent Hill. What? Normal Silent Hill 2, I almost want to go back and try to get different endings to that, but I also... Oh, I'm putting down my coffee. I don't want what you're selling. No, thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Use to evade. Okay. If you dodge just before the enemy attack, you will perform a perfect dodge and recover stamina. Stamina. Okay. Okay. How do I do a perfect dodge? Oh my god. Oh. Okay, yeah, I'm just fucking... I'm fucking leaving. Okay, so we're in this island of the hills. If I open up my maps... Yeah, from combat but getting out of the enemy sight. Okay. If I... Okay. I don't know where the fuck I am, dude. Ew. Oh, light? I like light. And oh, I don't. Oh my god. Fucking casted divine light there. Oh, the little foxes. Is her sister gonna be like a fox spirit? I feel like there's other stuff I can search for, but at the same time, I'm so scared. I just want to stay on the main objective, and I don't see anything down there. But I know how these games work. The tutorials just give you the fear of pressing shift to run in horror games. Yeah. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it did tell you shift to run at the very beginning, but in that case, it said press space to dodge. Oh. Sorry, just dodged my face into a door. So sorry. Maybe I should... Oh. Let's just eat another pill really quick. That's a cool TV. Can I eat their... No, I can't eat their food. They ate all of their food. Oh. Oh. I don't want to go there yet. What's over here? If so... G? Exploration. Equipment. Combat. Exploration. PD for that. Drawers. Stamina. Oh. Oh, I didn't even see I have stamina during fights. Okay. I don't have stamina afterwards, but appears to be during fights I have stamina. Okay, Miss Beatrice Animal is possum? Oh. Awesome. Trash. Axe hard, but is actually play dead. Is really helpful and goes straight for... Oh, what a statement. Anything? Yokon, jelly-like dessert filled with red bean paste. Bite-sized delight. Greatly restores health. Can also be used as an offering. So I'm not going to eat those. That's blood. Oh. Oh. What the freak is that? Was that mochi? Oh my god, girly. Oh, hey, girly pop. Thanks for the key. A bloody key. Thanks. Could we, like, flip that back around? I don't want to look at her face. I think I gotta let it sound like it. Dude, she scared the shit out of it. Oh, okay. Bye. Oh my god, is that for this? The key doesn't fit? I mean, oh my fucking god, okay. I don't know how to dodge in this fucking game. Hey, there's something else on the table. Oh, I really want that thing on the table. Could we, like, tango? She's very mean. Oh my god, Girly Pop, run. Girly Pop, I don't know where this key goes. Oh my god, oh my god. Backdoor key? What the freak does this key go to? Oh. Oh my god, get over. I'm gonna be very honest. That's the bloodied key. I don't know if I want to go this way. Monster. Backdoor D key. But can I? Oh, that hurt. I slammed my head down. Fuck. DVD tactics, run around the obstacles. Exactly. The Spirit of James beat it with a 2x4. Don't got no 2x4. Can I just hide out here or can I go down? See, that was the bloody key. Let's go down. I make bad choices. I'm playing my... Oh!
ここはまずい。シュウたち無事だといいけど。
You can go... Oh, you can go down. Do you enjoying it again? The new killer is really fucking cool. I don't like this. Oh. Okay. Not where I wanted to go. I meant to hit this one. I had the back door key. This feels very much like the choice type of thing, you know? Because it's very Silent Hill, and that was a normal key, and this is the bloodied key. And I don't think I like the option that I use the bloody key, but I was just running for my life, I won't lie. Red capsule. Ooh. Red fox spear. He is gonna do Dead Space. Oh, what? Oh. Uppies. Uppies. Can you hit my toes? It's also not what I wanted to click. I mean, if I go that way, I kind of want to try this way. But either way, I have to get back over there. So if I go that way, I have to go back out that way and still come down this way. And probably go that way. My dumbass wants to go back up through the house. My dumbass is going to get myself back up and through that house. Avoid one monster by going to the other monster in a close proximity. Yeah, hey girly, I'm back. So, like, where is she in there? It can't be dumb. It's fine, though. Your ass can't be dumb. Hey. Oh my god. I don't know if she's downstairs or upstairs. I'm gonna get fucking jumps. She's right in the fucking hallway. Ow, she hit me in the fucking back. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. Yay, door. The D-O-R-E. Is there anything there? I shouldn't test that. I should just run. I need to stop saying the D-O-R-E. Mochi, let me go down this ladder, Mochi. Ooh. Omamori whale. When using a restorative item, you will not be interrupted by normal attacks. Okay. I don't think I can actually go this way. I think this was a nice little treat. Guess what? I have to go back through her now. Hey, bud. I am doing great. Well, struggling to see. But good. Yeah, hi, Mochi. Did you do any rolls? I did. Your roll, Kai, was good. Mentally, you're doing great. physically, you're sick. Physically sick. I want to see if I can open these. I don't think I can. Get out the window. I miss mine. Yeah, that's what you got, though. It's okay. Chair color compliments. The chair color. Well, yes, it's my Halloween stuff. There's all of my Halloween things because I love Halloween. I'm tempted to see. I said it out loud and I still missed it. You got a Doc. You had gotten a 19.6 and a 5 or a 7. One of those two. I love Halloween so much. It's my favorite holiday. Oh shit! I forgot about her. Oh. Hey girly. How you doing? How? You're not always there. Can I go in the water? Damn, she dodged back. Oh my god, fucking run. She gets stunned when she dodges. She stuns herself. I know, girly pop. I know you're out of breath. But we gotta fucking go. I don't know if this is the right girly pop. But I'm here. Okay. Thanks, Fox Spirits. Dress slutty? I get to dress slutty for no one. Yeah, no one fucking complains. As no one should. Dress how you want to be. Be who you want to be, Barbie girl. As BARBIE. Antique comb. Type of offering yields a great deal of faith when enshrined. Don't put that there. Girly, do you not see? Okay. Offering not only to recover health and sanity, but also can be exchanged for faith. Adhokora. Use faith Adhokora to fully restore your sanity. If you have chosen story as your action difficulty level, then you can recover both health and sanity by using faith. Okay. Use faith. You have received a kata to obtain. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna sit here for a second. I'm gonna let my cat out, run to the restroom, get more coffee. These slutty nurses here. Yeah. Dude. Yeah. Oh my god, my knee. My knee. I know, I hear you. Okay. Let me let her out and everything, and I will be right back. I'm gonna get some more coffee. I said that.
Yellow.
Oh, stay. So we can have chat without her? Damn. Damn. You said how? Basuto, I'll have you know, I don't even have a fucking weapon. I have no weapon. I can't do anything. I might have been. That's a fucking mood. Hi, Steve. How are you doing? Damn fine. Cryptid? Indeed so. Disarm the Sarah. It's okay. The game already disarmed me. Dude, my, one time, literally took one time, I accidentally got moisture in this one, and it hasn't ruined it. It's completely usable. But, like, there is moisture in here. I'm like, where did... It wasn't dropping out. I'm like, where did this moisture come from? I love Nessie so much. How are you both? Pseudo, how are you doing? How was the... What the fuck was it? Burnout, tiredness, chronic fatigue. How is that recovered? How are you doing it? I've been... What the fuck? I killed God! Is it moist? Yes. Well, it's crumbling. You know when it... You know when it forms a ball? I can't close this! God damn it. I thought you were talking about... What? I'm talking about what? Ow. That hurt my tooth. Sorry, I was trying to close the top, but it really proves to be not easy. Some 3? What? What? What a crazy statement. Is this open? I want to beat it yesterday. Hell yeah. I want to take my medicine. I'm so glad I had never properly closed it. Oh, I have water. Let's just drink that. I feel like there was a hydrator. There we go. That tasted awful. That tasted disgusting. That was awful. That was atrocious. I tasted the medicine. Did I take the right medicine? Yes. Lucifer's new favorite demon. Fuck yeah! Fuck it up. I'm gonna eat the rest of my breakfast. Ate the tiniest little sliver. I want, yeah, offer. Take my offerings. Draw? Oh, so I can, okay. Food, yes. Chronic fatigue has ham, and I'm managing it. That's a mood. That's a big mood. Me currently. I needed to edit a video over the weekend. That didn't happen. Decreases enemy line of sight? Oh. So do I just like... I'm just gonna save. Do I just like... Peony? Slightly restores health upon picking up food items? Oh. Oh. Great deal of falafel? Divine water fully restores current max sanity, reduces sanity, can be used as an offering at the shrine. Yay. We're gonna offer this one at the least, because that one is for offering. These are my free things from pre-ordering, because I have no self-control in pre-order. Plum increases max stamina. Do I have to like... Sorry, I don't know why I started panicking already. No. Konami had to add a gacha mechanic somehow. It's so fucking funny. Equipment. Oh, weapons. I can't even use them anyways. Do I need to? Oh, can I? Oh. Oh, hold on. Oh. Whoa. Oh, there we go. Whale. While using restorative item. Okay, so that's that one. Decreases enemy sightline. I think I'm gonna pick that for now. So we can only have one attached to us. Items. Automes. We have 3 healing. Technically healing for that too, but I might give that up. Spooking herself will never not be funny. It was fucking scary. Okay, it's scary. Capsule case. Sorry, I'm not okay. I'm not okay. It was a rare pre-order for me too. Kind of wish I waited for Black Friday. That's real. That's real, Steve. Bet your ass. I'm gonna pre-order a day in ahead. Pre-order a day in advance. Battlefield 6. Not title screen. Is she following me? You know, I shouldn't check. I shouldn't see if she's following me. Ooh, a box. Nothing in the box. Oh, oh, hey, glitching. How you doing? Have I been here before? Sorry, I'm examining this so intensely.
Rinko?
Oh,
Hello, Raiders. My name is Sarah.
what an interesting
I'm
time
a
to come
variety
into.
streamer. We do mixed bag Mondays, Farmly Friendly Wednesdays, and Horror Thursday.
Yes, share the funny.
Or please join us on this wild ride we call live.
I have a fucking pipe. I have a pipe. I have a pipe. We just started Silent Hill F. Yeah, Sakuba is fucking dead. Okay. Oh. Light attack. Heavy attack. Me too, Steve. Try the beta for Battlefield 6, it's alright. Maybe I'm falling behind in PvP games. I'm getting old and slower. I fucking loved Battlefield 6, it was so much fucking fun. I fucking loved it. Enemies take more damage while stunned. Oh. Deal more damage if you have a higher chance. Okay. F. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know how to fucking close this. Okay. Yeah, fucking duel me. Let's fucking go. It's time to do. I can't duel. I'm fucking shit at this. I can't see her. Oh, she fucking went for my toes. Hey, so don't do that. Oh, she's quite scary. Is it dead? Okay. Okay. Oh, my friend! My friend! He immediately gets shut the fuck up. I don't know, I'm fucking fine. I'm not built for this. I love horror, but I'm not built for this. I say as I only play horror. Hey, bitch, come here, fight me. Wait, hold on, what did that say? Certain enemy attacks will leave them vulnerable to counterattacks. I gotta fucking learn how to parry. Okay, parrying it. So I was chilling in a stream. Someone suggested a streamer playing Silent F. Okay, and then again, I was like, no, don't. Games suck. It bad. And I kept trying to inquire why they disliked it, and guess what? They just kept saying it was bad, and they apparently streamed it themselves. I fucking hate. That's what I've been hearing. Some people say it's bad, but I'm like, I think it's just their personal taste. The doggy type. I love she pet my toes. Want to throw up? No, don't do that. Control. Oh, whoa, wait, my toesies. I was not ready. Oh. What the hell? Am I locked in? Am I locked in? My friend! you're not there. That's not the way to friend. Ooh. Toolkit. Ooh. They make sure you read that. There.
シュウどこにいる
Hey, yo, I don't like that noise up there. What's in the box? It's already opened? Best-selling, yeah. Great restores can also be used as an offering. Maybe we use everything that is an offering as an offering. Like, if you dislike something, explain why. Literally explain why. Even if it's as simple as of, oh, I didn't like the graphics. Like, okay, you know, fair. You know, that's what you dislike. I might like it. You might not. We'll give that. Saying it's bad is just about saying it's a thing. Literally. Not turning on the English dub for us. Wait, what? Oh. Did you say? Oh. I don't want anything to do with you. Ooh, she does a full. How do I do that? I don't fully understand it. Oh, I missed. Oh, she's dead. Oh, it didn't matter. She's fucking dead. You just are bad at the game, so it's just a bad game? Exactly. Is there anything in here? No. Okay. Also, no, I want the Japanese on. It's better. I really don't know if it's better. But it just seems... That's what it defaults to, so I say, okay. Hey, you're right. Also, did you say gringos? Yeah. Okay, what did she say? I didn't pay attention. Where are my friends? Hi. Store your sanity. Ooh, what's all this? Okay, red capsule. Can I take it? Oh. Yeah, I don't like that. Another steel pipe. Yeet. Why'd you call chat that? Why'd you call chat that? Will I need this down the line? Maybe. But I'm gonna offer it anyways. Restore my sanity. Too late. You can't have it. I don't have enough space for that. Yeah. Don't call chat a gringo. That mean that bad. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know what it is. The cup that Doc gave me, perfectly fine. Easy to close. This one that I got, it's the hardest fucking thing to ever close. Sanity, it's almost gone. Me too. It's okay. It's okay. We're in this together. Yeah. Pasudo, do you know what gringo is? I think, but we're all in this together. We're in this together. Do you know what that word is? Because I will say don't use it. Some people will take big offense to it.
Sakuko.
Oh. Hey, oopsie. Term for... you want me to get you the whole definition? Girly Pop, I think she's gone. She got taken out so fast. Oh, she's so nice, though. Hold on, I'll look at the stuff afterwards. That's her friend. Her friend got killed by the flowers, whatever the first monster was. Did she burn? It was whatever flowers it was. I don't know what that first monster was because it was just like in the mist. But she literally got killed by the flowers. Yeah. I'm pretty sure she comes back later.
ちっちゃい頃の咲く子の夢だったよね。堅苦しい神社じゃなくて駄菓子屋の娘に生まれたかったって。ここならいつでも好きなだけお菓子が食べられるよ。おやすみ。
You know,
咲く子。
I mean, she still does owe her money. I feel like she died in the least gruesome way, but also I feel like I'm gonna retract that statement later. I have a little suspicious. Oh yeah, see those little things on the floor? She died by that. Because it came out of nowhere.
今日はもう閉店だよ。
Oh, hey. I don't think they understand.
私やっぱり咲くことの約束
What promise did she make?
守りたいよ。
Okay, we're killing this. That's what promise she make. She like really runs. Oh, okay. I forgot those things grabbed me. Oh, I have no stamina. Oh, is that when I can hit her? Okay. Is that like the full... Well, that's a perfect dodge. I did that by accident. Oh, she's dead. Okay. Like James. Oh my Jesus Christ. Okay. 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 There's... At least I had somewhat... Oh! I knew that was gonna happen. I swung a heavy... I'm so scared. It's interesting, the combat, because... Oh, the thing's about to break.
Sarah, One Piece. Oh, now I need to meet Sabo.
One
and
Piece?
Chopper.
Oh yeah, oh, girly pop. Chopper, at least we've met. I think Sabo is for a long time. Eat the pill. Eat the pill. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, you finally fucking speak. What a time to Oh. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm like, we have a long time to get to Sabo. We gotta go to Ace first, because that's who we're meeting next. What a time to come in. Yeah, because then I get my other girly pop. Oh. Oh no. Also, hi B, I love you, me. Watch tonight, we can get to B, you think we can get to Sabo? You think we can get to him? The baby bird takes her first steps. Oh. Lock in. There's not even. We literally couldn't get to it today. Like, feasibly, even if we watched until the end of the day, whenever you get home, we would just get to it. What happened to our other friends? Tell that to my work. I work nights, Chad. I hate it. Episode. I am watching One Piece. Where the frick are we? We're in the 80s. We just started and we took a break from watching it because we were watching the Conjuring movies.
The Sura isn't allowed to watch any anime today. She has her audition stuff she needs to do.
I didn't learn my slides. What is this? Is it the Fox Shrine? Restless Heart betrays thee as an unfit stay. Thou must first pay respects to the gods and the spirits of thine ancestors. A restless heart leads to corrupt soul. Only through sufficient offerings laid upon many stands may thy soul be cleansed. Interesting. I love you, B. I don't want to record it. I mean, I do, but I also don't. Just watch it at 2x speed. For real. Restless heart betrays thee as the unfit spacious day. Thou must first pay respect to the gods in the shrine. Restless heart leads to a corrupt soul only through sufficient offerings laid on. Oh, in a specific. I don't want you. Oh, I mean that seems like a nice offering. Oh, come back here. No, come back here. Come. Remove. Wanted to examine it. Oh. Wait. Those has those ones, so that actually does go there. Wait, examine. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. Guess you don't want to act? You don't have the drive? The will you don't have that dog in you. I do have that dog in me. I just don't know where I can film. I actually don't. I think I need to talk to my brother and ask. I also need a reader, and I don't think I have a reader for it. Ow, my foot still hurts. I'm scared. I do have that. Ow. I can't fucking close this thing. Oh my Jesus. Oh. Hey, girly. Hey, girly. I don't like this, girly. Oh, girly. I will fucking in. We gotta get the hell out of here, girly. Oh no. Dog is being put up for adoption. No! It's not. I do need a place to film. So I need to figure that out, but I don't know if I have fabric for a backdrop. Oh. Hey. Who was that?
おはよう。悪い夢にうなされていたかな。
Who are you?
怪我はないか。怪我をするようなことは私がする。君は体を大事にしなさい。
Who?
ありがとう。
I assume one of the fox spirits, but who? This guy.
それでは行こうか。
I'm gonna go. Don't have a dog in her either.
どうした？こっちだ。
Why you get blue?
誰なの？
I don't know, girly, but we better keep up with him. Girly, girly, girly. He's left us. Mind your step, girly. We gotta go through the shrines. Oh, we're in the other world. Oh, oh. Which is he was. Oh, Would that be a mistake? That's so real. These are shrine. The gates.
ゆっくりで構わないとも。
Oh, what is it? It's always mindful. My random freaking things in my brain. You want to walk on the outside of the gates because the middle is for the gods to walk through. They have a lot of ceiling stuff on it, though.
さあ。
What's this? Well, those are all a bunch of... I mean, I like those ones. Them are fires. That's a bird. Whoops. I tapped out of the game. Okay, so there's a lot of them.
Oh, look, Sarah can raid Monarch.
No, I can't. You want me to answer him right meow? Is that what you're telling me? Oh. It is the oh.
来なさい。こっちだ。
Oh, okay. There's a cut on my leg. What the frick? You shouldn't take that. Are you gonna take that? I think she's gonna take that. You know, that looks like an offering up there. Okay, she took it. For ceremonial purposes, the blade has been intentionally dulled, so it doesn't make for the best weapon. However, it does seem surprisingly durable. Girly pop? Is that you laughing? Creepy. Hey, it's this silly little guy. Okay, you said this way? This way. Okay, I see him. I don't want to lose him. Typical, where is that? Ken. Knife. It's a freaking knife. Ceremonial knife.
何の神社？
These are the fox spirits. They're little chompers. They're just little guys. I love foxes. Every time I want to open this.
君のために鍵を用意した。案内しよう。
Okay, I was just gonna take a drink. I guess I won't. This guy's interesting. What an interesting guy. Okay. The way she fucking turned.
こっちだ、ひなこ。
I don't know, there's so many things that I can see in this game that I'm like, is this gonna change the ending type thing? Okay. ¿Dónde? Okay, he's waiting there. He's so pretty. We've arrived? Oh, okay. What? 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 Wait. Let me in.
じゃあお前が
Oh, you're fucking shit. Yeah, we're here. Closes the door on me.
絵を見かけたような
Or something else there. Sure hope so. I can't close it. Shrine, do I have any offerings? I thought I offered that. Did I find another one? I guess I can offer that as well. Okay, so like that was very rude because now I have a puzzle to do. That's the leaves. Do I have to walk all the way back? What's over here? That's the way I walked. Okay, so I can walk this way. I'm very scared, bro. He just dropped me off and said we're here. Locks the door. Expects me to just... Why'd we go the long way? We could have gone the short way. Oh. Hold on. Back it up. Get that. Oh. Oh, hey, I don't like that.
なんでここに
Which one are you listening to, Doc? Lighting cast down from the heavens, split under the decaying tree, from the earth grows Kutsu, the prophet of eternal prophecy. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, hello. Oh no. Where's the nice guy? Nice guy, can you come? You left me out here, nice guy. Oh, I think he's missing something inside of him. I think he's missing a few parts there. Is he blind? Oh. I think he's missing a couple of parts. Oh, so you... Oh my god. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I opened my fucking book. The fucking packets. Oh. 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 Okay. So when he does that... I don't like him. Hey, dude, I just wanted to look at pictures. Oh. Okay, that's cool. Okay. I have no energy. Do it again. Okay, I killed them. Lamp. Lamp. Okay. Maggots. I was like about to say, you can't just sit. No, he had them crawling all in his insides. Question mark. There wasn't really anything inside. There was just
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
they were just inside. I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. So I'm just gonna look at them all. And then figure it out? Question mark? Trying to see what all the pictures are. See if there's anything different. There's 2 lightnings. Head empty, only maggots. His innards? He had none. It was just the wall. Really, just an empty... What is that one? Oh, it's a turtle. So we had the flowers. Snake. That monster. Oh my god. Oh my god. What do you fucking mean he's back? The fuck do you... That took me so long to beat him. Oh, you're fucking shitting me. There we go. If I hit a couple of those. I see. So he does not disappear. Okay, okay. So like the door only had... I just don't know what the symbols are that I need. We're gonna go back and look at the lock. I almost said the key. The lock. Sorry, Mr. Sir, that's in there. You know, there's a monster that appeared and I forgot everything that I need to do. And I didn't really look at things. There's only really leaves here. Only really give me like leaves of the symbols. Leaf. G. We're just gonna go to G really quick. Shrine, lightning cast down for the heavens, but... What do these mean? What's happening over there? Polygons I'm dealing with? Oh, a lot of those look like Japanese mythology. Yeah, they are Japanese mythology. They are the different ones. So let me... Is that like the actual... Oh, that's so cute. The little, like, tab. Okay. Shrine Vault. So let's go look at the lightning and then something else. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to kill that monster again. But, I think that's... What's this? As I pass through the world of the dead, I pray only that I do not pass through the gates of hell. Please hear my prayer. Oh. If you're the silly little guy who woke up from the ground, I don't know. Sorry, sir. Okay, so there was lightning, but it was over here. There it is. Cute. Better look for more? Okay. Oh. Where else do I find them? Where? Okay, she wants me to go back. Okay, we have to parry him. What are your thoughts on Himiko so far? Oh. Ow. Okay. I fucked that up so badly. Do the big move. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ow. That's what I get for dodging in. You know, I'm in a corner. Hold on, let's back it up, sir. Oh, I wasn't close enough for it. Eat my pill. He's so gross. Does he not know where I am? Does he not know where I am? There her name is? Oh, Himeko. Oh. Okay, bye. Okay, okay. Okay. I do like her. I think she has a lot of trauma. But I'm really curious about her sister. My girly pop. Yeah, you're missing something. But you told me to come back here. So do I need to go back? It says something over there. Let's go back up this way. See what's over here. Hold on. Me. Oh, Hinako. Yeah, you are right, Hinako. Who's Himiko? Why do I know that name? Rinko, Shu. You're just dyslexic? Yes, I am. Why, yes, I am. Her mom's name is so cute, Kimmy. Your dad is at least pretty cool and chill. Yeah, sure. Yeah, he is. Sure, he sure is so pretty chill. He acts calmly to the matter. Guess here's big. But it was a high energy bit? What you mean by that? You said something about preparing a key? He did. Oh, where the frick am I? Yeah, they're over there, but then they all turned to... What the frick's over here? Oh, okay, there's more. Okay. Looks so hybrid, you... Mistake? Looks like a excited puppy. No, I don't... I am bad with names. What's that? And then also... Oh, good heavens, he's over there. Hey, sir, please stop. I could keep those, but I don't want to. I genuinely need to remember her name. Oh. What a thing to pick up as I was using it to talk about things. Get excited puppy. I just love that. No, I do mistake things a lot, but because if I don't say the person's name. Yeah, it's a fucking rotisserie chicken, not just a dried carcass. Carcass? Not the carcass. Go to Hoga? That's probably why. It's like the default, not the default names, but like my brain remembers one syllable and since I haven't said it, it goes, yes. Well, my dad, I don't think I'll make it home. I just wish I could see you one last time. Mayumi? Well, Mayumi, I don't think that's gonna happen for you. Where's the one that I want? Is there more? Oh, there's more over here. Because I don't see... I think that's fire. I don't see the lightning. What's this? Oh. This looks interesting. Oh, Toga? Yeah, I love Toga. She does got the... She's been to the grippy socks. Same letter for those who have yet to abandon hope. I have a hidden memory that protects against evil behind the Emma at... Oh, okay, the Emma at... Redacted. I can attest that it's a efficiency. However, no power is absolute. You must remain vigilant. The heirloom belonged to my grandmother, and now I pass it on to you. I don't think I have much use for it now. Okay, so it's behind one of these. Hello? I see him. That was a weird one there. Oh, I think that is actually the one that I need.
あと一つ。
Yeah. Oh. I tapped out of my fucking... tapped out of the freaking game. Yeah, hello. It's a fucking spinning cat. Hi, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so that's when we're here. The thing has to be behind one of these. I don't really want to run too much. Oh, he's over there. Yeah, we're gonna go here. Life may be short, real, fair. I love her. I love her so much. I have a little plushie of her in my car, actually. Okay, I can't go in the water. Is he coming this way? Okay. Hell yeah. A little dab. Let's see, because it doesn't... I assume it's not these ones. Oh. Wait, what's the last one we need? It's gonna be one that's not normal. Those are... Ooh, that one's not normal. Hello? Oh!
よし。じゃあお前を試そう。
What? What? Wait, I didn't expect that. Okay, he's right there, so we're gonna run this way. Fairy Tail or one of those animes, right? Or One Piece? Yeah, she's from My Hero. You really listed all the, like, big common names, which is solid. I love Fairy Tail. I love that shit so much. Oh, is he coming this... How rude! How rude of him. Hey, so I think I'm gonna knock him out. Or not. Actually, I don't think I'm going to knock him out. He just carried on his way. Never watched Fairy Tail? I had a hard time focusing on TV shows. That's fair. What the fuck was that noise? To whomever happens to read this note, it becomes so easy if you just stop and give up. After all, you're already among the dead. No thank you. No thank you. No. It's this one. Slowly restores health and current max stamina for a set time. Can also be used as an offering. Can also be used as an offering. We will offer it up then. I don't like that stick. Let me see if it's behind any of these little... That's where I came in from. I'm like, that's a very ominous... There is a... Oh. What a terrifying place this is. Nightmarish swamps, rotting trees that look like bones, echoing screams. This must be hell. Fair assumption. Knock him out with your stunning looks. Fuck yeah. It's taken a month and I still haven't finished. Oh, I need to finish watching that? I need to watch that. I haven't even started it. I wonder where... Because there's only those two places. There's stuff there. I wonder if there's one here. Maybe back here. Because I was talking that it's behind one of these shrines. Kanari sushi, a traditional dish made of sushi rice stuffed inside seasonal deep fried tofu. Well, still looks edible. Okay, I can't walk that way. Okay, I'm finding everything. I wonder where oh, I got stuck on my little charm. The game is connected with the short messages. The flower theme looks similar. I don't know why I had a stroke reading that last word. Journal. I feel like it could be. Exploration. Information?
If you had to have a quirk from Maul, which would you choose? One for all and all for one are not options.
I just love the way it said Maul. From Maul. She added something here. Like my sister Junko, who has always been the golden child, I've been a handful ever since I was little. My parents told me I'd never listen to a single word they said and make my mom cry and my dad furious. But Junko is always there for me and she understands me. She looked out for me. It's really heavy on until she got married. Fox mask! Mysterious man who wears a fox mask. I think it's attached to his face. He never takes it off. You just met him, so I feel like I have yet to see his true self. Fair. He has such a refined air about him. I think he must come from a very well-off family. I'm just gonna let her be. Okay, so we have more info. I got a note from something, but I don't... Oh. Oh. How lovely. She draws all the monsters. I don't know how to get to all of the notes. Oh, that's how I changed that. That's tutorial. That, you know, we'll leave it on that. Because I want to see if I can find that one. Oh, okay. There's a limit to what you can carry. Okay, let's go make some offerings. We're gonna go this way. We're gonna go make an offering. We're gonna go get rid of some stuff in my pocket. I didn't know I had a pocket limit. There's a monster behind me. He's, right behind me, isn't he?
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I don't wish to hydrate. There's one over here. I feel like I shouldn't spend as much time as I am here, but I am. Let me slowly get. I feel like I went away at that. Went all the way around, but okay. Oh, I hear him. Oh, that's 100. Oh, that's a lot. Oh, that's a lot. You know what time it is? Draw another one. Increase max sanity. Ooh, okay, that's good. She has a pocket limit. You're so right. I have a quirk. Oh yeah, a quirk. Okay. Trying to think of like my options there. He's walking that way. She said behind these. Hey, I left something there. Oh, that's that note. Can't really get behind there. I guess I'll just go back and get that one thing. She said it was behind, but there's nothing, at least over here. Unless it's not even here. It's a very cryptic note. I do just want that one thing because that seemed really nice. Where is he? Oh, I thought that statue was him. It is not. Oh. You know what? I have limited space. We're just gonna... Yeah, we're just gonna drop those things off. I don't know what quirk. What would everybody pick? Oh, when I pick up food items, I get health. That's actually quite nice. I do like that. I like that quirk. Okay, so back around this way. I went a little bit of a circle. Because I do like, horchata. I almost said orihime. Oh my god, no, that's bleach. Did I read this one? Yeah, I did read that one. He's over there. Oh, girly, please, step. There's nothing here. I think it's just that one last thing. Seemed like a very good offering. Telekinesis? Telekinesis seems pretty cool. I won't lie, I don't think I would want it, but Fat Gum's ability, like, that's pretty cool. But I don't think I'd want that. I'm trying to think. I'm like thinking of the pros and cons of everything because I love Hawks, which Hawks is like, he has his wings. He has a physical change, but he also has, is this the door I needed? Oh, wow, yes it is. But he also had, oh shit. What is the code? Wait, arrow. Wait. There we go. But these are... we talking about? My Hero abilities. So My Hero Academia. What did I make? I don't know. He locked the door on you though, girly. Oh. Oh, that's the key. That's what he was talking about. He said, I don't know if I fucking accept. Actually, you seem kind of nice. Especially for you. Interesting. Oh, hey, girly pop. Not familiar with it. The quirks are really interesting in there. Uraraka, I love hers. Hey, don't trust the fox mask. I feel like I trust the fox mask. I feel like I trust him a lot more than that thing. A lot more than that thing. Okay, girly, run. Okay, girly, run. What do we think, you guys? Do we trust the fox mask? I think we do. I don't think I'm gonna hesitate. He's... okay, hey. That's quite unfair. You're a lot faster than me. Where is... there's fucking 2 of them! Why is there 2? There's 3 of them! Hey, hey, knock knock. Hey, let me in. Okay, Jesus Christ. Don't trust the chain beast. Yeah, I think I trust him a lot. I think I trust the fox man a lot more than those things. Anyways, I was gonna talk about Uraraka because hers is not like... when she touches things, she can make it lighter. But really was welcoming... it was for welcoming... It's all but select few. I don't even know what you're fucking saying. Am I loud? Really, I hope you're loud. I don't know, fox spirits are good.
大丈夫です
疲れたらすぐに言いなさい
Bitch. If I need a break. Bitch. Oh my god. Yeah, close that door, please. Our tricksters. Ow, my face. Yeah, but I don't think I trust whatever that was. I don't think I trust that. The door, hey, so how he was talking about the doors, like, keep out, it's burning the door. The fox watches over the chicken coop. I'm sorry that
Hinako.
that was the achievement. They may be, but they're not innately evil. They're just silly little guys. Is that fox painting pretty cute? I think we could. That's what I'm saying. I need to fully crunch out my hair. Dude, I really want to talk about quirks, but shit started going down.
お前は簡単に死ぬようなやつじゃないよな。
What happened to the other girl?
まだ生きてる。
Yeah, Sakuko is not.
無事だよな。
Dead. In the candy store eating candy. Spending my 500 yen. Oh, we did it. Oh, yeah, because we knocked out right here. I mean, you guys all did kind of run for your life. We all collectively left her. Oh, the music's so
で
good.
どうなってんだ。街から誰もいなくなってる。
It reminds me of the same somber music from
これは
Silent Hill 2. Like, they captured the same type of, like, calm
で
music.
も化け物しかいない。
Eerie calm.
悪夢以外の何者でもないな。
だとしても幸運だったよ。この世界に残ったのが2人だとして、そのもう一人がお前で嬉しいよ、相棒。
Partner!
リンコは
Yeah, what happened to your other friend?
俺はあいつに話があるって言われただけで別にその。
リンコは無事なのか？一緒に逃げたんじゃないのか？
悪い。
Yeah, how many endings are there?
俺も混
I'm
乱してたみ
very...
たいだ。あの時はみんなバラバラに逃げた。俺もリンコの姿は見てない。
I can't blame him.
状況で
They all did split up.
リンコはどこへ？
自分の家か。行ってみようぜ。
Did he take my weapon? I missed my ceremonial knife. Oh, and he's fucking gone. Oh,
どうした？早く来ないと置いてくぜ。
and this is how we all got split up, okay? You, please come back. My mouse, I saw my mouse on the other screen.
しっかりしないと。とにかくリンコを見つけなきゃ。サクコ、
Hi, Sakuko.
ごめん。
Hey, I just confused myself where I'm going. Okay. I just went in a circle. That's one UFO ending, so 5. And only one of them is classified as canon. That's fair. I hope it's UFO. Oh, what the fuck? While focusing, your control, your sanity will slowly deplete. While using your gauge fills up, your max sanity will decrease if you attack while using focus. In action? Difficulties other than story. What? Once you focus, gauge is full. Oh. Okay. It's not the UFO. Damn. No, it's C. Oh. Okay, she died. Okay, she died. Okay. Where the frick did he go? That's a shrine. Where are we going? At the end. That's my house. That's not the house I want to go to. Is her house? What's over there? Fish. Okay. Where the freak? What's that? Oh, okay. I don't... Why can't we all just stay together? I hear that. What's this, though? What a creepy scarecrow? Oh, yeah. I wonder what that's... Waste on... Maybe I should... That's the wrong button. Equipment. Do I have any more equipment? No. Items? Oh, I'll just use my bandage. Oh, I'm full. Okay. I really would like that first aid kit. Hey, enemy, can you smack me? Question mark? I actually don't really want to get hit. I'm getting better with it. Oh. Oh, she's dead. Okay. Okay, so where the frick are we? Is she this way? I don't know where her friend lives. The controversial scarecrow. Why, yes. We're going in the thick of the mist. I don't like that. Here's another shrine though, so take my offerings. And we are gonna go back and get that first aid kit because I think I can stack it. I don't think I can stack it. I don't think I can stack it. I retract my statement immediately. I don't think I can stack it at all. I kind of want to put the white uniform on. What was that noise? I assume we're going that way. Because what else? I don't know. He took off running. I don't like those noises. Is that like... Is there like two of them? It's... Okay. Silent Hill's fucked up. So it plays off a lot of subliminal... Oh. Hold on. Okay. Bonk. Are you dead? Okay, she's dead. So today you were... Hello?
まずいな。武器が壊れそうだ。
This won't last much. Oh. I'm... Increases. Capacity. The only controversial I've heard from this game is that Chad's getting butt mad that you can look at... That's fair. This isn't exactly controversial. It just plays on a lot of the theming and what a lot of high school girls go after. But yeah. It's just playing off the sexualization of younger girls. Jerry's like, oh, I can put one more thing in my bucket because I have a backpack now. Okay, I guess it is somewhat good to explore. That's another offering. Not the worst. There's another enemy. At least that's what I had heard, which makes sense because they're in the schoolgirl uniform. Hello? We're going to murder. I guess I shouldn't murder. Did I take a drink of my water? I don't even know if I ever did. Real man. Real men drink tonic beer. Because I remember in Silent Hill 2 when you kill a lot more enemies. Oh, I should, oh, it brings up this. Oh, okay. Let's check what this way is. I think it stops here. It doesn't stop here. This goes into construction. I don't think I should be here in general. Okay, I don't want to... I got a steel pipe! I got me a steel pipe. Okay, she followed me. I want us to get to the... What is she doing? She did the splits. Oh god, I'm stuck. Like, she actually did the splits? She took one long step. What is that? Oh. Oh yeah, they do have the uniforms on. They already have the uniforms on. What's in this? Okay. I think there was a shrine back there. Whoa. I didn't fully turn around. Oh no, there's a shrine right here. You will see, Basuro. You will see. Oh, I must have had two and I didn't give one away. I don't know if I shouldn't pull these every time, but I'm going to. It restores health after each successful encounter. That's a cute charm. I think I like the one I have. Oh, well, I found the right way to go. Oh, okay.
相棒。
今のこの状況、いつまでも重戦総ごっこをしていたい。私かお前の夢の中ってことはないよな。
Not Space Wars.
互いの頬をつねり合ってみるか。
いや、自分の頬くらい自分でつねれる。
残念な。
What's happening?
夢じゃないみたいだ。
Why was there a big dong? Okay. Space Wars? Oh, that's cute. Do we have anything about... Oh, we do! My best friend forever, he's my partner. Having played this for so long, I can't. As long as I can remember. Space Wars. Oh, so he knows a lot about first aid. Miss Ma'am, we can't lose him. We can't lose him. He's our first aid kit. He is our walking first aid kit. And we need that. I don't like this part. Did Space Force drawing have the girl and bunnies? There's a bunny girl outfit. It's just like a pink version of her uniform and she has bunny girl's ears on. This is the bunny ears. It's so cute. She did not. She has a little bird on her head though. She does have a little she does have a little bird. Is there anything here? No. Oh, I like the little drawings that she has. A wee little bird. Yeah, her bunny girl outfit is really cute. I have the white version of her school uniform. Well, that was gross. Oh. Oh. Hey, Shu, where the frick did you go?
これが壊れたらどうする？
I have another weapon for you. Don't worry. There we go. Look at that. Brand new. Brand smacking new pipe. The rice fields, motherfucker. Yeah, apparently, bro. No longer recognize my husband. He gets blacked out drunk most days, and when he's drunk, he turns violent. Think I can keep living this way, not in his... with his cruelty day after day? When did the kind man I met at marriage is being arranged? Our marriage was being arranged? Oh, damn. Chad's only 3 years older, and I have to... another one growing up inside... That's a statement inside me. Like, it's too hard to keep living, but I'm forbidden to die. Mom and Dad have always done as you ask, no matter what it is. This just be my first and last selfish act. Please forgive me.
ひどすぎる。
Ooh. Oh.
こんなのあんまりだ。
Oh. Oh, no, no. Making my way downtown. Turning fast. Girly, calm down. We gotta breathe. We gotta calm down. We gotta breathe. How do I get over there? Girly, how do I get over there? Oh, what's on this side? Oh, dried carcass. Hi, Fox! It's fucking Silent Hill! The hills are fucking silent and really fucking misty, and I can't. Oh! She fucking jumped! Yeah, the scarecrow enemy release it. I've seen people talk about how this. It appears to me I am at a dead end. I really don't want to fight her, but I think I actually have to fight her because she's in my way. How about you, Fox? How are you? I'm doing well. I hope your birthday was well. Oh, okay. Doing the splits, I see. I'm doing my bestest. Yippee! Oh, you dead? Okay, she's dead. Oh. Please don't look at me, miss. Just gonna come collect things. Oh. Was there anything in there? I don't think there was. But I'm doing good. I had work all weekend, but now I'm free. It's over there. Oh, those are the flowers again. Please don't jump up here. I'm gonna run. Yeah, I'm gonna run. I think I'm gonna run. Oh, you're different. Oh. You will not be able to free yourself from an enemy's grasp if they successfully grab you. Luckily, I dodged. Actually, killer looks scary. Yes. Of course. Of course. I picked only the finest cat meme to put with it. Little silly little cats. The DVD? Yes, you should. Yeah, killer does look amazing. They really said gore. Yes. I love the little... Okay. It's so gross talking about it. I love the little intestines. As you're just flying around, your little just intestines. And when you pick them up in that form, you're just holding them by the little intestines. I love it. Because he had a theory that Silent Hill games are about circumcision. How interesting. How interesting. I do hope you had a good birthday. Hopefully you've been doing well overall. I need to kill this. Oh, girly bop. We gotta go. Whack. Are you dead? Oh, she's dead. Okay, now we're running. Hey, I don't want to look at her anymore. Okay. I don't want to look at her anymore. I want to run. Oh, she's on the grass. Oh, okay. Why does she leap like that? What am I doing? You know, real as fuck. Me this entire summer with how the show I worked on treated me. Me as fuck. Are you dead? Okay, she's dead. Okay. Slightly calmer. That one enemy was scary. She had the flowers on her. Is broken? Okay, so a lot of survivors are complaining about it, but like... I'm sorry. So many survivors complain about any little thing, and I'm like, let the killers be happy. How can I look in there? Well, I guess there's nothing. Let's see if there's anything over here. I do like her though. What's broken about her, Kev? Explain, because since you've been playing more. How do you feel about the new killer? We are going to take that and we are going to give it to the little offering. Was there something else here? I don't think so. 2 more years to catch up on. Damn. Complain about everything. That's what I'm saying. Some of it I feel like needs to be changed a little bit, but because she got tweaked a little bit after the PTB, but to make her better so that you didn't struggle as the killer. So I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, that was very mean. You're not the killer I want. That wasn't very nice of you. That was very mean of you. Oh, I lost my sanity. I lost my sanity. Why you stepping like that? I can't do that, so you shouldn't be able to do that. That's not the one I wanted to use. I wanted to offer that. Oh, I really don't have any more sanity left. Okay. Oh, you're dead. You're rude. Okay. Yeah, that was big ouchies. Big ouchies. No cooldown on her abilities or turns. What? Chocolate? I'm going to use that as an offering. I don't actually... I don't actually know. Okay, we're gonna grab this. F. I don't know how to... I don't know how to use my toolkit. I don't know how to use my toolkit. Your name still looks like Miku. Milk. To this day, no matter what, when I see that, I'm like, Hatsune Miku Milk. How you doing, Milk? It's been a minute. But we can't win when you play and they kill every game and the killer broken. Yeah, it happens a lot. So much that killer becomes not fun. DB are not valid, but the new killer is in fact broken currently. Says she can easily catch up on no time immediate transition to do damage. Interesting. Because I know it takes a lot to down somebody as her. Because it's not just... I forget which attacks. Because I don't see her too much as a threat. I should play against her, which is fine. Yuta is playing the old version of DVD and showing off how bad it really was. Mood. Hatsune Miku? The horizon is that Hatsune Miku? Just with the weapon you have equipped right now? I'm gonna call. Oh, that's not the button I wanted. I just don't know which... I don't know what button it is to press to then... use it. I don't know. I guess... Let's see. Nope. There we go. It's button 6. How do you heal? I have red capsules on 1. So it's 6. I'm just like, I don't know which button it is. Because I can't even... I can't keep it up to look, really. Well, I have a better pipe. That's the only thing that is... Oh, I'm going into the thick of this. Plenty of actual valid DVD complaints. The bitch who bitch and moan. See, a lot of it... Ooh.
ひなこかこの気持ち悪いのには触るなよ
Near that weird stuff?
毒があるかもしれない
Okay.
右の庭から回って
Where is he talking from? Oh, he's over there. I'm like, where the fuck is he? Anyways. Onward. Another first aid kit. More red capsules. Because I only use the red capsules. And that's button number 1. I got another steel pipe. Oh. What's here? Toolkit? We got another toolkit. Say sound is important in this game? I would say somewhat. Can't I just hit that? I'm sorry, Leon S. Kennedy can punch it open. I would say... I would say somewhat. And right now, it's important, but because cutscene. Better pipe, cool. Don't need a ribbon, then your pipe looks better than mine. Rabbit. What the fuck is this? Wait a minute, I'm not built for this. I'm just a high schooler. Wait, I have a metal pipe. Oh, no. Oh. You know, it's fine. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not built for that. Oh, hey, I think he's running at us. They keep turning it. I'm a little busy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, you know. Oh, Jesus. Don't cut off my head, please. I like it. Hey, no, you know, girly, I think we do let go of that. Hey, I should be instantly dead. Fuck you. Hey, big guy. Hey, what are you doing? Okay, you come over here. Is he okay? I don't like that. Oh. Oh, he still fucking got me. Just put me on the ground. Don't slice me, please. What's he doing? You know, I just accepted that. I didn't even try to move. Ooh, no, don't run. Oh, I just got stuck. Okay. Oh, ouchie, my toes. Ooh, that's his intestines. Oh. Oh, hey, no stamina. Oh. Oh. Please, no. Yeah, that hurt just a little bit. Oh my Jesus Christ. This guy's quite big. He's shy. Yeah, he is. That's what I'm saying. I got a metal pipe. Ouchie. That's the noise he be fucking making. What is that face on that little guy? Oh, he dodged it. I have nothing to throw at him. It's just like the fucking... Oh, God. Oh. At least that doesn't completely stun me, but that hurts a lot. I don't think I could actually kill him. I would like to. What's he doing? Oh. Oh. I don't know if he dies. We're cranking this. Hey, so he doesn't die. Remember when that one guy kept on coming back? I think he's gonna come back again. Okay, get the fuck in the store. Get the fuck in the store. I'm not taking any risk. Really? Yes, quiet. You're not feeling well, so please get some sleep, okay? I hope you feel better. I hope Kai feels better too. Yeah, he's alive again. Yeah, so anyways, he's back up. I'm in a close proximity here. Ow. I'm kind of stuck. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's what that was. Hey, so eat that. Hey, so you know what? You know what I'm thinking? You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking I'm just gonna leave. I think I'm just gonna get out of there. Yeah, feel better. Get some sleep, quiet.
よかった。
Bitch, I'm just gonna fucking get out of
ジ
there.
ュンコさんに頼まれたんだ。何があってもお前を守れってな。
お姉ちゃんが？
ずいぶん前の話さ。
I hope he doesn't die. 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 That's H. I pressed the wrong fucking button. Oh, I hope he doesn't die. Oh, that's where she lives? Isn't there? Okay, well then. Bro did nothing. He did nothing. He just sat there waiting for me. Bro gave me medicine at the beginning of the game, and that's the only thing he's given me. See, I trust the fox spirits. I trust them. I think I trust them a lot more than those globby guys. So, ooh, hey, a shrine. I didn't even see this. Take my dried carcass. Offer. Yippee. Oh, I don't have enough. I guess I don't need more. I'm just gonna save because it's been a minute. We're cranking this. What is that? It's just Hog. Oh my god. Hog from Overwatch. Silent Hill, trust no one. Okay, yeah, but I'm gonna trust the fox guy. I'm sorry. I will trust him. Holy shit, how that fucking hurt. Of course it's my fucking good hand too. Hey, you wait right there. Don't leave. I just need to investigate. See, I investigated. I got a bandage. Ooh. Oh, Emma, wooden plaque. Okora. Ooh, okay, and that should be where we're going, because we're going up to the shrine, I believe. Got another one of those. Another one. Yeah! There's some pretty ones. The ones we saw earlier were all of different yokais. But they were pretty. Hey, there was a flower one, so there was a pretty one. And then we have the little charms. That's what we have. I think I have... I might change it out. Scabby. Collectibles? Shoulder bag. Oh. It's under collectibles. Well, I found... We have more of these! But we can only have one. Decreases enemy line of sight. I'm not good with counters, unfortunately. I'll still keep that. I wish I could have more. I wonder if you can get more. You gambled. I gambled. Hey, I found... Okay, I found some. I found just a few.
ここで遊んだのいつの頃だっけな
I have gambled. I got a free one from pre-orders, and then I think I found 2 of them.
幼い頃この辺りで迷ってワンワン泣いた記憶がある。
I would cry my eye out. Too,
お前が
girl.
泣くとこが想像できないぜ
She's just a girl,
長
okay?
いこと
She's just a girl. She deserves to cry. Get good? Oh, yeah. I should play Hollow Knight. I'm not good with parries. Never have been.
悪い癖があるからな
Not an Elden Ring. Not a Deadlock. Where the frick are you going? Oh, okay.
春には
Stuck under Nox for 2 hours. You've been...
ジャクシ捕まえたっ
Oh. Nox is so cute, though. He said you're not moving, mother. What the fuck did she... Sir, this water could be contaminated. It's not. But it could be.
け
With everything else that's
田んぼで
happening?
泥だらけになって怒られたこともあったっけ
こんな状況なのに
Not really, no regret.
懐かしい
It's
思い
really
ばかり思い
pretty.
出す
I love the music for it because it reminds me of Silent Hill, but it has its little twist on it.
辛くなっ
But
た
it
の
captures like the same essence of like Silent Hill music so well.
俺が絶対に相談に乗ってやるからな。
ありがとう相棒。
They're so cute.
よし、行こうぜ。
I hope he doesn't die.
霧が深いな。
I hope he doesn't die.
リンコのやつ。
Hits the story is sad. Yeah, I agree. And he's gone. The music really is so fucking good. Oh, is my pipe broken? I just looked at my fucking pipe. Oh, I love... Okay. I adore these, like, pages. And the fact there's drawings for, like, every single one. And it's personalized for, like, each character. Where's her sister? The sister one? That fucking hits. Like, even just, like, the different stuff symbolizing each character is so fucking cool. Little flowers. Oh, she liked bug. Well, she's fucking dead. Go to the rest of this. Yes, I'm so fucking excited. There is one enemy. Ooh, yep. There's one enemy later on that I know of, but because I watched a cosplayer and she built her costume for it, holy shit, it's so fucking good. I don't know if you've seen it, Fox, but if you haven't, I can send it to you. Oh, I hate how they look. I hate how they look. What do you mean? They look so fucking good. It was... Even the mask, the fact too that she was just blind under that because she didn't put any sight in it is fucking crazy. That shit turned out so fucking good. This field is all misty. It's really scary. Yes. Keep thinking someone's there, but it's just scarecrows with a creepy face. Fair. There's one scarecrow that's not actually scary. Its only reason it's making a scary face is because it's got torn. It's got a thorn. It's got a thorn sticking into it, and it hurts. So all you have to do is take the thorn out, and it'll tell you which way to go. Okay. That means I have to get close to them. Don't get too close. It's to the really scary scarecrows. Someone said the monsters who only pretend to be scarecrows that likes eating little... I don't like the doll. I don't like the doll. Get to fight, it's gonna be so good. It's such a way to reveal it. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I mean, I'm not excited for it because that means I have to fight. But I'm excited. Understand the puzzle? I fucking brute force it. Dude, the oh. A well-maintained tool for cutting grass. Which one's more damage? Yeah. I know you're... Can you even imagine how I feel? I'll put the polite smile for now. Put on my polite... Dude, that's a mood. They're hitting the poses. Okay, they're all hitting poses, and I yeah, just gonna back away. For sure, but no hammer. Sickle? Yeah. Hammer? No. Oh, no, I don't like her face. Hey, girly. Oh, I really don't like her face. You got anything in you? Oh, it's so eerily creepy. Okay, but he's posing. He's got the slate. I don't like the smile on those. Curly, do you have something? You scare me the most. Okay. I see what you mean by just brute force it. That's so real. I didn't wait for that. Hey, could you like... We're just gonna do this. Thank you. Please never... Okay. Okay, she's never coming back again. Okay. Do they have multiple legs? No. They just have little sticks on their legs. Hi, girly. Hey, girly pop. I just need to get a little closer. So she has one there. You spin. Oh, we can't go fully around. Spin me right, meow. Every meow, 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 meow. Ew, her hands. We're just gonna. Oh, but she. Okay, interesting. It's about to die? Bitch, charge your phone. Okay. Hey. There's two of you. Hey, what? I don't remember there being two of her. Oh, there was not. You're such a bitch. I clearly don't remember there being two of her. Damn. You got some spins on you. Okay. Hey, oh, I just gotta get a little close. Hey, where's the F? Where's the F button? Hey, buddy. Hey. What if we just take it out of this guy? Okay, wait. I don't know. I don't know if I trust you. I mean, this girl has a whole, knife in her back. I don't know why I said fuck it, we ball with her. I don't know why I said fuck it, we ball with her. Let me examine these again. Hey girlie, could you stop stepping behind me? Could you like stop? Can I do this what? Oh, she going down low. Okay. Oh, I took the note. What's not you? Yeah, you're fine. You're normal. I don't really like you. Okay. You know, I understand now. I don't. That's the thing. I don't understand. Wait, bring out the bicycle. Wait, I wanted the pipe. I pressed all the wrong buttons. Ow. Sorry, girly pop. Girly pop, we gotta go. Are you dead? Okay. I want to understand this. Put on my polite smile for now. Hey. Didn't we moved her earlier? We moved her. How to do this without a weapon? Cause oh, you not all the broken weapons. Okay. Oh, don't look at me like that. That's just gross. I'm pretty sure I took. Okay, so they reset. I see what you mean by I am slightly. What happened to your shoulder, bro? Yeah, it's not you either. Okay, so by process of elimination. Yeah, it wasn't you either. Okay, so what if I just run for my life? Holy shit, what is this fucking steps? What if we activate them all? Hello? Because I think I've taken them. Do you have another thorn in you? Because I feel like it's... Hi, can I help you? Bonk. Bonk. You better do this without a fucking weapon? Oh, I just lost that pipe. How many moves you got? No. Okay. Hello? Was that just him dying? Hey, so... She wasn't there before. No charger at work? Charge your phone. Well, what are you gonna do about your phone? Hold on. Mysterious note. There's one scarecrow that's not actually scary. The only reason it's making a scary face is because it's gonna ow. Too close to the really scary scarecrows. Okay. You're... You're sure about that? Sure about what? What, a whole cake? And is that a dick? Damn. I see you fixing yourself, ma'am. Could you, like, not, miss? I'm trying to look at their faces. I'm... now... We got any more scarecrows here? She's gonna catch up to me eventually. Okay, no, okay. You got it. I'll stay with the scarecrows. She got extremely close to that one. Hey, could you get away from that? She doesn't have a second face. Stop it, man. I got a stalker there. I didn't mean to do that. I don't know what the fuck I just did. I tabbed out of the game by accident. I tabbed out and I heard her getting closer and I had to quickly tap back in. Holy shit. Okay. Oh my god. Meow. Hi. Hi, Misty. Hi, how are you? Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me, dude. I accidentally tabbed out when I was trying to, like, clock out of this. Do they only have the one? But because... Hi, Bristy. I fucking love that. I don't know. You know? I second the motion that... I also don't know what's happening. She's quite scary. She doesn't have anything. Ooh. Ooh. Brush my teeth? Something terrible happened this morning? Dentally? Lost and such? You know, real. Oh. Okay. She only has the one there, but we've... I'm pretty sure I've taken this one out before. We're just gonna do it again. Also, where did she get that knife from? Oh, I didn't hit it in time. Oh. I'm at 11%. Goddamn. Now I've got a mini tooth cap. Interesting. No, my sickle. Okay, so we can't afford to lose anything else. My sickle is dead. I fucking lost my sickle. No, I liked that weapon. I don't. Brain is hurty. Off? Oof. Yeah. I'm trying to... Can I steal these goodies? I'm sad about my sickle. It's okay. What's over here? Nothing? So I assume the fog is too much to walk through, so you have to get the directions so you go the right way. So she didn't have any. Pretty sure I did hers. Took his out. Took hers out for sure. I've taken hers out. I know, my poor sickle. What if we just take out every single one of these? Wait till you solve this before saying anything. That's real. Fair fox. Fair, 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 fair. Just gonna sit on this. I feel safe in this one. You need to find a dentist ASAP to drill cavity. Oh. Oh, be like SpongeBob. No, don't be like SpongeBob. Take care of your teeth. Teeth health is just as important. Do I stock food? No, I don't. What time is it? How long has it been? Oh, I've been playing this game for quite some time. Oh, well. I'm gonna read that goddamn note again. Hey, little guy. How you doing? Okay, nobody else spawn. Please. That's the wrong tab. Collectibles. Can I just punch them? I shouldn't punch them. That's what caused this? I brushed teeth too hard? Well, you gotta take proper care. And regular checkups. Has it been 4 hours already? Yeah. It's only been 3 hours of the game, because I yapped so long. Sucks. It sucks when you don't. Real. Did you just yap today? We yap for an hour. We always yap for an hour. That's not actually scary. Say, I'll have the nail. Obviously, that doesn't mean shit. Fuck it, we ball. Oh, my head hurts. Fuck it, we ball. We're just gonna do something. Hey, girly, I need you to calm down really quickly. I see. I thought I took those out of her. I'll be very honest. It's okay, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Flashcards. I love how the other enemy politely backed away. Okay, which way are we going? She politely waited. Which way are we going? Okay, this way. There's nothing behind me, don't worry. There's nothing behind me. There's nothing beside me. No, there's nothing. There's nothing. Okay, there is actually nothing. We're out of our line of sight. Oh. She's kind of tweaking out.
ここさっきも通った。
Excuse me, so you're telling me they all chased me? I'm sorry, they weren't here. I'm like, are you telling me all those footsteps was just actually all of them? So now I just have to get it. Right? She pointed this way. I did go at a diagonal. God, my finger. Oh, hey! This... Okay. I don't know why I'm looking at them. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, they're stepping again. Okay, and honestly, I kind of want to get taken back. It's gonna take me back. Please take me back. Please take me back. I got stressed by them. Okay.
ここさっきも通った。
That way? My hand. I think because I accidentally cracked open the line again on my finger, it's sore today. Oh! Hey, girly bobs. There we go. Can you even imagine how I feel is when I've been deceived by you for so long?
またかかし。
You. Oh. You. That's a cool one. Hey, a box. Can I have another? Oh, okay, that's chocolate. I really want to take that one out because that's the... Okay, could you... Ooh, I like her. She's got long hair. I don't like that one out there. Could you... Yes, I do like long hair. The pullout? No, I used to have long hair when I grew up. Could you not? Used to have extremely long hair. And so I do miss it. Do I have to fight you, ma'am? Because you're slightly in my way. I don't want to accidentally hit anybody else, so... come hither. Can you do an attack that I can... Nope, that's not an attack. I can do that too. Are you? Okay. She took a moment. Okay. Anyways. Can you imagine how I feel? It's like to be a bit deceived by you for so long. He's so creepy. She's cool. I don't know what's right. I do know what's right, but I don't. Oh, I was right. That's what I said to you when I saw you so scared. Oh, why, thank you. Okay, that way. Onward. How do you figure? Oh, hey, girlies. Oh. Okay, excuse me. I don't... fuck, I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. I'm just kind of looking with the message and figuring... I'm taking a wild fucking guess. There's something over there. I got no fucking clue. I'm like somewhat following the message, except that one I'm just like, what? Hey, so I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way, but the right way. Hey, my eyes glow. Please take me back to the girlie I just went to, and not the first one. Okay, thank you. Okay, we follow again. Oh, hey, it's those two girlies again. They're like... Hey. No, because I don't think I pulled it out of that girly. I want to go to this tree, though. Okay, there was nothing at the tree. Oh, I hate seeing them in, like, the distance like that. I feel like if I go too off course, then I can't. Because it's, like, straight from there. And I get... Ooh. Basket. Antique comb. I will offer that again. See, and now we hit that. That says no. I don't like them in the distance. Am I off course? I'm off course. I'm in the mist. Take me, please. Reset me. Once again. I do like the reset just walks you back. Oh, can't fucking see. Hey, girly. I guess I picked her because she had a knife in the back. Yeah, okay. We're going this way. Trying to figure out what the line of action is. Porn bot. It's so funny that that's what iFunny has devolved to. I still can't believe I have so many photos on my iPod Touch saved from... Oh, here we go. From iFunny. Can you imagine how I feel? He never looked... He never once looked at me the way he looked at you, not once. Ooh. Hello? Oh god. Oh god. I wonder why I called you over. There's somebody coming towards me. Oh, which way? Oh, it's... Yeah, I'm so glad I wasn't standing in this certain... It was that one. Okay. Hold on, girly. Oh god. She appeared finally. Okay, we're going this way. Going this way. Phone charging? At 7? Hell yeah, phone charging! There's a lot of feedies behind me. I might get reset. But that's okay. Oh no. Hey, stop chasing me. Did you get that? That one makes sense because she's talking. So the faces that you can... Okay. Okay. Could you... She's fucking running after me. That one was because all of the girls were looking at the guys. Please reset me. Get me away from her. All of the guys were looking at a girl, and all the girls were looking at a guy. That is the only one that didn't have a respective guy looking at her. That one? Understood. First one? Process of elimination. Second one? Kind of a wild guess. Did not take that connection at all. Yeah, second one, I kind of picked because she had a backstab and it kind of was talking about being backstabbed. That one was kind of just a, this seems like it. Oh, hey, let's see. Can you imagine how I feel? I've always been such an ice. Damn! You've always been such an eyesore? That's a fucking crazy statement. Hey, I hear her. I think that one's coming after me. She's getting closer again. I feel like it's her. You stop it back there. Yeah. Hey, I see you. Nope. She's a funky little hairdo. Okay, we're gonna take a wild guess because I'm not sure about this one. Oh my god. No, we're not. We're getting the fuck out of there. Okay, we're both missing. Girly, you and me both. Okay, okay, now you're both moving. You stop it. You're getting closer to me. Oh, T-pose. I need the other one to get away from that doll. Bonk. Woo! Hey. Oh, ow. Yippee! Yippee-ki-yay! We're just gonna go get this bitch. I can't. Be the sad-looking one. This one, I am just trying to figure out what would be an eyesore. Hey, so I'm out of stamina. And she had a weird haircut. That's the only reason. Could you not? You have been a problem since the last one. Thank God. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. I don't know. It's talking about being an eyesore.
武器が壊れかけてる。もう少しだけ持ってくれ。
I gotta keep this pipe alive. I gotta keep the pipe alive. Yeah, because this is the one I picked. She had a bad haircut. So I said, you. I don't know if this is right. That is right. She looked sad. Yeah, you are right. Because I think the other one was sad too. Like from the... She was dramatic with it. I mean, I guess they're all kind of sad. But she had an extended face. Is that a good reasoning? No. This bitch just had a normal face. And wasn't making a scary face, but more of a like... She seems normal. You don't have a problem keeping... No. The one with the fucked up haircut was what I assumed. That's what I assumed too, because they're talking about an eyesore. Let's see what this one is. This is a long fucking puzzle. Can you even imagine how I feel? You hurt me. You even hurt him too. But do you know how it feels to force a smile when you're staring at a disgusting face? God damn, staring at the disgusting face of yours? Oh, there's a lot of y'all. That's a nice haircut. Hello? Hey, you stay over there. I almost want to say it's her. It's not any of the guys. It hasn't been any of the guys. Okay. Okay, y'all. I hear you. Oh my god. They're coming from every angle. It's either that or it could be her. That's a face. Could you? Okay, they're like closing in on me. Or is this one? Oh, you're the fake one. Okay. There's another fake one somewhere in here. There we go. Okay. Hey, there's a basket here. Dried carcass. Hey, can somebody else depose? I want to heavy hit you guys. Well, I didn't do that in time. Okay. There's a whole party going on here. Okay, I gotta guess right so I can just get out of here. They're all pulling the same move. Wee wee wee. Wee wee wee. Oh, I don't know why. I just stared at it. God, they're fucking little noises. Hi, me. Ow. Hey, I have no stamina. Don't hit me. The, like, perfect parries are so cool. No, it's 2. Okay, cool. We're just gonna take a pill, actually. Having to fight 2 of them. Okay, there's only 1 now. Ow. Okay, girly. We're gonna do this. I think I have another medkit, actually. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
Oh,
hey, so we're running out of pipes. I'm thinking it's that one. I don't know. It might be that middle one too. We take 2 guesses. You might hurt me, you even hurt him too. She's talking about staring at her disgusting face. So fucking brutal. I don't know if it is this one. No. What if we just pull them all out? Yeah, it's not that one either. What if we all pull them out? Because it's talking about staring at something. Maybe it's you. Because she's staring at her. That might be it. Hey, come here, girlies. Come here, girlies. Come here. I need to gather you over here. My pipe is breaking, unfortunately. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay. Quite rude of you. Quite rude of you. Okay. I couldn't find where the fucking thing was. Hey, it's not that one either. Okay, so we're doing process of elimination here. We're doing a big process of elimination. We're gathering a little horde here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, it was that one. She had a knife in her back. Happens all the time. It could fall to their death on the waterway. I'm sorry, I just see the mass of them right there. The whole mass of them. Instead it said meow, 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 meow. I love that stupid meme. Wizard turned himself into a cat. Meow, 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 meow. This one? No fucking clue. Who texted me? Oh, my mom did. She's in the other room. Anyways, we gotta dodge. We don't gotta dodge. Hopefully, please despawn all the enemies that are chasing me. Oh. I feel like this is spitefulness towards her. Oh, hey, I don't like that. Stop staring at me, please.
Oi, Hinako!
あれさっきのは
早く来いよ!
May need meme.
Hinako!
I could probably find it.
リンコは
Yonde miyo.
We'll find out. Okay. Just please hold my hand, sir. I don't want to lose anybody else. Have bit the doll. Let's just bite them all. Can we knock on the door? Is that allowed? Oh.
来てくれたんだ。
Oh.
ひなこも無事でよかった。
怪我はないか?
I don't like that.
私は大丈夫。でも誰もいないの。足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないの。
I don't like that after everything we just went through.
誰もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうるつき回ってる。
Complete random. That's fucking crazy. That's so mean. She wants to smash? Yeah. I think what we're just learning from those dolls is how she feels. Because one of them is he doesn't look at me the way he looks at you. Are we just gonna stare? Are we just standing here? we were standing there for so long. Like, are we gonna go in? Or the way you did it? By looking at the puppet based on the scarecrow? That's crazy that the first one's just like, what if we just fuck with them? What if we just like lie? What if we lie? Bite the girl? I will not bite the girl. Hey, there's the doll.
ここに留まるのは危険だ。町を出た方がいい。
街を出るって。
Like a baseball bat? Can I get a baseball bat?
助けを呼ぶためにも今は行動を急いだ方がいいかもしれない。
みんなを見捨てるわけじゃない。
Abandoning
助ける
them?
ためにも一度脱出する必要があ
Yeah,
る。
no one else is in town. It's just us. Don't worry.
街を出るって言っても
We all have
無
trauma.
理だよ。
無理ってどういう意味だ？
そっちの窓から鉄橋が見えるよ。霧が濃くなければ。
Oh, we're going to the bridge. I want to go back to the Foxman. Oh, everyone, we got Foxman in the game. We got Foxman in the chat.
嘘だろ。
Oh, hey. I mean,
急が
you could still make it over the bridge if you try hard enough.
どうしよう。
東の鉄橋がダメなら西の県道を目指そう。
Are we? You can drive.
家の裏山を抜けるのか？
あの山越えられるの？
わさび田への道がある。
I don't think she's gonna make
千葉
it.
県の抜け道だ。
I don't think he's gonna make
ニ
it.
コ、
I think we barely fucking make it.
行きたい。
台所に救急箱あるよ。取ってくるね。
I did it was by doing the way you did at the very end. Just accepted every puppet every single time. It's such a fucking mood. I can't believe you didn't have any weapons though. That's pain and agony. The last one's kind of hard because it kind of set you up. There was a lot of them. It seemed feasible. That one makes the most sense though because she did get backstabbed. So I'm like, oh, okay. Are you gonna push me down the stairs? Why are you looking at me like that? Are you gonna kill me? What is happening? You wear a Rinko? Oh, man. Hey, girly, are you gonna blink? Why did I guess that? I do. That's fair. Put Sadako in this game. She's just what a fucking bitch. But it definitely shows everything that we just went through is how she is feeling. The sun, I sink into the shadows. Oh, great. Hey, we're back to our fox spirits. Someone else's Silent Hill. That'd be fucking crazy. Dude, the shit from Silent Hill 2, like how I forget her name. Dude, I'm so nervous for that movie. I'm still gonna see it when it comes out, but I'm so nervous for that movie. But the one girl, towards the end, that she's just in fire. Like, she only sees fire around her. It's fucking crazy that that's how she saw everything compared to, I was like, what the fuck is his name? James? The way that James sees everything. My footer. Oh. Sorry, my mouse went on that screen. Cheese. Cheese. I would like to see World of Cheese. Actually, I wouldn't. In a way, that'd be a nightmare because hey, there he is. Yeah, okay, and he fucking left me again. Wee wee wee. Wee wee wee. Wee 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 wee. Wee 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 wee. Help. Help. Help me. Help. Sorry, I love that stupid meme. What's happening in here? Who fell down and can't get up?
What if I told you I was Jimmy?
Well, hopefully you're not James. Jim. What do you mean by that? Wee wee wee. Wah wah wah. That like, like, what? Sarah drink milk against her lactose? No, please no! I fucking hate milk. I'm scared of milk. I thought you were gonna say pilk, Pepsi milk. That like triggered war flashbacks to my friends. What the fuck do you mean, Jimmy? Pilk is mid? I've never actually had it. I don't want to have it. I don't want to. What do you mean? I have a friend named James and he goes by Jimmy. I think that's what he has on Instagram. I was like, war flashbacks. I'm like, what? Whoa. I wonder what the pretty little, wonder what that pretty little thing's chirps will sound like when I tear off that mask of hers. The girl before last was an exquisite specimen. I can barely contain myself every time I think about her. Ooh. Accurate reaction, folks. Milk. From last month's chat. That's crazy though. That like just triggered war flags. I was like, oh. But yeah, well, you are Jimmy, but you're not James. James, insert his last name because I don't remember his last name from Silent Hill 2. Pepsi milk. Disgusting. Also, that was a disgusting message. But you know, very on brand with the theming so far. Just, fox. Oh, it's so pretty. Jesus fucking Christ. My legs went. Whoop. Divine water. Divine light. Nothing? It's empty? Oh, nice. It's empty. Divine light. Sutherland? Okay. I was like, it's to the something. And that's all that my brain had calculated. What's that? Okay, those look like little shadows. Little peoples. Ready to get going? Yeah. Hey, there's somebody right there. Who's there? Nobody. We're leaving. I should be very cautious of running into a room full speed. Was there more stuff over there? I should probably go look. I shouldn't. I ran for my fucking life. Hey, girly pop. Hey, girly pop. We're going back through. What's on this side? Jesus fucking Christ, Basuto! I fucking know what you ever done. Get got. Yeah, this scared the shit out of me, bro. I'm very locked in. What's this? There are valuable relics hidden away in the old storage room. Must be kept under lock and key. The last girl slipped in while I wasn't looking. It took a long time to find her. Well, I'm going to find these keys and steal your relics. Investigate object. I think it's missing something. I see. Why can't it ever be simple? Update on this. What is happening? Oh, okay. That's what's happening. That's fine. You know, I saw it this time. That's all that matters. Hey, give me $10 if you don't like what I send you. I'll give it the 10 back. Sure you will. Storage key room. Ooh. Perfect. Oh. Can also increase the number of... Oh! Ooh! How do I... Pray. Oh! Oh, I have a lot of faith. Stamina? I would like the storage. Ooh. I almost think stamina or sanity might be better. It's a little birdie! We'll do health. I get hit a lot. So I will do that. Then I think I'll do stamina. I use sanity, but not as much as the rest. Okay, let me not gamble all my stuff away. No. Wait, I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick. Goober! Let me give you your roll. Okay. So you got a 4, 9, and a 6, which means I hope you're doing well today. It's quite late, so you're probably quite tired, but also you got 69, so I think you're doing amazing. I'm gonna be right back. I'll get you Nessie. Can't freaking bend my finger. It sucks, dude. Nessie's here. I'll be right back. Nessie's so short. It's been a roller coaster. It be that way. I hope you're doing well. You get a look at Nessie now, okay? So enjoy Nessie. And I'll be right back.
I totally didn't forget Sarah was live today.
I totally didn't forget Sarah was live today.
I'm not gonna lie, I wanted to eat food. I didn't eat breakfast, though. So I grabbed the leftover Chinese food last night and was just like... I nearly choked. PJs ate and then laid down. Ooh, did you have a good day at work? I know, Nessie's gone. It's okay. Oh, bye, bud. Hopefully have a good rest of your day. Just Pepsi milk? Dr. Pepper. Hey, leave Dr. Pepper out of your mouth like that. Don't disgrace Dr. Pepper. We love Dr. Pepper in this household. That's safe. It's been a minute. Ow. Oh my god, it is 14:45. It said 14:45. I was like, what? I looked, I'm like, oh, damn. Okay, so there is a shrine back here. Good. Hell yeah. We like that. Big win. Okay, so I can't go that way. She walked this way. Oh, hello? ¿Dónde? Offering. Mm-hmm. That is offering. Oh. Hey. Oh. I turned at hyperspeed. Okay, storage boom. Hello, hi, how we doing? Dude, my mom had gotten black pepper chicken last night, so I ate 2 pieces of that. What do you mean? I'm talking about black pepper chicken. Oh, hey, doll. Don't believe the fox's word. Stay away from the western room. I want to believe the fox. What does everybody say in the chat? What do we think? I say believe in the fox. I know they're trickster spirits, but... I'm sorry, there's a flower monster killing me. I'm interning at might be dissolving due to regulatory drama, so I definitely won't be getting full-time here. It's okay. That's heartbreaking to hear. It do be that way. I wouldn't believe a fox. I would believe a fox. Is the fox cute? Is the fox petable? Would... Because the fox is... would say smash for him. Would say. So yeah. No, don't trust anybody. I mean, you're so right, but... I'm going to. I'm an idiot. What was I gonna say? Goomber, I will say it's okay. That happened to Junior too with his last work and everything there, so it does happen. It does. Then I believe the fox real. Oh, I can show you the fox. Hold up. A warning. Hinako. Oh. 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 Hinako is mine. Her fingers, her lips, every last drop of her blood can be squeezed from her is mine. I forbid anyone laying so much a finger on her. I shall say it until my throat is raw. Hinako is mine. Who wrote that? I was gonna say, oh, I can show you not exactly what he looks like, but this is what he looks like. In sketch form. A little suspicious now with that, with that message we've just received. But that's okay. Because I loved working here. And even if the company's got a regulation drama sorted, I would have 100% gotten full-time here because my manager wanted me. That's sad. I do get that. I mean, I get that to a point too because, oh my god, I was learning stuff about work. Because I feel that with my work. I do want out of there, but then I'm sad because apparently we're trying to actually work on getting me and Tori's, hello? Signed off on the rest of the fucking track A, finally. Wasn't that closed before? Hey, which way is west? Ooh, that's pretty cool. The West Room? I want to go in the West Room. I'm pretty sure it's telling me not to go over there. That's what that message said, but I'm gonna go over there. I don't know why I'm immediately scared. Opposite of east? Yeah, I just didn't know where the fuck I was on the map and which way was... I don't know if I should be in this room. But I'm going into it because I make horrible mistakes. Oh my god, that's right, I didn't tell you. B can attest for it. I don't think she's actively like here because she is at school. What time is it? She should be done soonish. Like done going home soonish. I chugged late at night. This was like 11 at night because I was driving home. I chugged a whole shit ton of my GG subs because I had it sitting in my car waiting for me so I could drive home and have energy. I chugged a whole bunch and then I was sending her voice memos and I had so much fucking energy and I started sounding like Mort and I was screaming at her as Mort from Madagascar. And I was screaming at her. And then I sent her another message immediately afterwards. I was like, hey, I'm sorry for that last message. I chugged a lot of my GG subs and I got a lot of energy. I'm gonna drive home now. Just immediate apology, like, hey, so I realize now I just chugged a whole bunch of energy drink. I might have got a bit extreme with that last one because I realized I was yelling at her and I realized I started sounding like Mort. And I was like, oh my god, I could be Mort. I just kept on going. Anyways, I also was screaming in my car, screaming witch doctor at fucking 1 o'clock in the morning while chugging GG subs again, driving home. That was great. Sang every single part of that song. I locked into the ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah, ting-tang, wada-wada, bang-bang. I locked the fucking... Is this fox, like, claiming us? Is it... Oh. Hey. Hey, now, I don't like this. I don't like this. That kind of looks like her sister. I say that with very vagueness because... very vagueness. Call dibs? Fancy? No dibs. What? But that's definitely me. This is the room they said to stay out of. The god Inari. It looks like it might fit somewhere. Oh, I guess we needed to come in here either way. We actually did need to come in here, okay? Nobody attack me, please. Don't trust. I want to trust him. Hey, but I'm also the one talking that if K-pop Demon Hunters was real, I'm sorry. I would, you know, take it. They're hot. I have a good moral compass, and I have a good. Whoa! I spun so fast. Hey, what's over there? How do I get in there? Have I been there before? And I have a good, like, moral judgment. I hear things. Hey, where the frick am I? Am I back over there? Have I gone over there? I want to see what's over there. How do I get there? Where am I? Let's just go down. No, bring out your lamp. So, like... out of, like, 1 out of 10, would it be bad if we trusted the fox? 2.5? And as a goat? Damn, aren't you overpaying? 3 whole schmeckles? Who put me up for this auction? We're putting up for auction? I'll give you cheesecake. I'll make you cheesecake. For real? I would take it? Take what, Sarah? Take? Yeah, I was saying they could take it. They could take it. And by that, I mean my soul. It's not up for grabs right now. I want to go over here. Oh. Oh, I'm so glad I came over here. I am so glad I... Can I get another key for that? What is that? Holy shit, that scared me. It's just fog. It was just fog. It scared the shit out of me, though. Is that the room it told me not to go into? Yeah. Yes, it is. I am spazzing at the game. Ah, shit. I don't know why Maniacal laughed at that. That just fucking broke me. Oh, what's in here? This was... Oh, I thought it was gonna be nothing. It's gonna be disappointed. Not really. I hit the wall. Did somebody make a noise in here? Hey, can I have a key? Okay. I have some mind-boggling drama oh, wait, hold on. Wait a fuck. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! Jazz. Oh, I'm just a child! Gonna take the lead! Take it! Take it! Move! Yeah! You have a stupid rant? Okay, 1, Goober, give me the tea. 2, Shaylin, give me the rant. While I fight this monster, then I will catch up. Whee! Oh. Oh, dang. Ouchie. Ooh, okay, she kicked with leg. I don't know how she attacks. Oh, that one can attack. Okay, once she go for wing. Oh, I missed that so much. You know, Mary Game, we both left each other. Hey, girly pop, don't do that. Are you dissolving? Hey, she didn't dissolve. I want my lamp. I don't care. Give me the lamp. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here. Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. Did it close up?
これ大事なものだと思うけど。
Oi, wait. What?
すいません。お借りします。
Let me put that away. Let me put that knife away. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. Damn, my neck. Liza P boss? I need to play Liza P. I always call it Life of P, and then I also call it Life of Pi because the letters are too similar. Don't like when the soundtrack song don't go in the order of the movie. Why are we listening to Free after? That's so fucking real. Movie order, that's so real. Especially like I have certain songs on my like repeat songs from the album, Shaylin. But of course, one, it's not all of them, and two, they're not in order. And I listen to it on shuffle, so it makes it even out of order, even more. So you're so right. You're so right. That's me with JV and Bray's new album, Hyper Youth. That album in order. Mwah. Tattered paper. The inscription of this pole arm reads Omi no Kami Munemasa, also known as Inadama. Other word for Inazuma. Sorry, that peaked my fucking mic. Meaning lightning? I know what Inazuma means. That's from fucking Genshin. I hate it. Which, it was the lightning god that they had there. Likely refers to a unique pattern on the blades. Steel. Hey, can I look at that? I can't. It's way too dark in here. Oh, but you're telling me once I go back to the real world... Hey, so that might be a bad sign. Hey, but I'm not gonna lie. I still would trust the fox. Shaylin, would you trust this man? Would you trust this fox spirit? New playlist, nothing but songs. Put them in the movie order. Don't play shuffle. Doesn't go after Hunter's Rouse. That's so funny. But no, I agree. Like, it should be in order. They had one fucking job. They didn't put it in fucking order. That's fucking crazy. I like when soundtracks include, like, the normal soundtrack, like, scores, like the normal music. But I hate when they take the song, so, like, say, like, Golden and Idol, and they put all those songs on top, and then they put the soundtrack songs. I'm like, just weave it in like I'm watching the fucking movie. Weave it in. Anyways, I still would trust this man. Is this why I probably would get myself got? I would fail Silent Hill if... Yeah. Wouldn't trust him for 3 reasons. 1, Silent Hill. 2, Silent... I know, but like, look at him. I would trust... I would trust the handsome best man, but if a stranger knew a lot of stuff about me, I would have spider senses to go off for sure. See, Shaylin, to pair that with it, we also got this note. No. Oh, that went too far back. Hold on. No. No. Oh, a warning. We also got this note that just says Hinako is mine. Basically everything, her whole blood. No one's allowed to touch her. Hinako is mine. That's me. That's the girl. So, yeah. Why hasn't he removed his mask for you? I don't think we've even had a chance to ask him to remove his mask. So, the mask, you know, fair game. We haven't really told him to take it off. She did write that down in her journal, but like, have we asked him? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for that. But yeah, you didn't tell me he's... I love you, Shaylin. I love you. We read too many romance novels. She is a high schooler, so it's not okay. But I'm saying me. I would trust this man. Should I? No. It's great. Trustworthy. I can fix him. No. Pray. Stamina. Yes. Don't Gampa. Don't Gampa at all. I can't believe Fox also clocked me on that. Did you Gampa at all yet? Immediately shows my collection. Hey, you wait right there. But like...
Sakuko?
Oh, throwing the red flags because he's hot? Valid. Exactly. Arrows, exactly. You know what's fucking up. Fix him. I want him to give me permission to be terrible. Okay, you're so real. Actually, you're so real, Shaylin. Saw the red flags, but I also saw the poll that came up. Let me just bring up my poll. She's dead, girly. She is dead. She's dead. This better not be that fight. This better not be. This better not be. Rise up, my... Okay, you didn't need to drop down like that. Okay, a lot of that was quite unnecessary. Oh, okay, she's a baby head. Okay. Hey, we're a little close here. We're a little close here. We're in quite close proximity. Hey, you know what? I think I'm gonna run. I think I'm running. She moves a lot faster than me. Fuck you. Ow. Ooh, ooh. 4? Okay, eat the pill. I don't know what button it is. I think it's 5. Oh my god, I can't see because of this. I hit the fucking pole. Okay, I can't see because of everything. Do it. Okay. Where the frick am I now? I ran so much. I couldn't see well. Oh, hey. Greatly increases focus charging time. We like that. I'll be here all week. Wonderful. An icon. A star. I got many dummy sexual innuendos. As you should. What if I make more GG subs? I probably shouldn't. I have had a cup of coffee today. Hey, can this box open? I also think she comes back alive. I said that earlier. Where the freak? Hey, what's that? A drawer? Bandage. I love how she holds this. Okay. Oh, I don't think these ever break. Okay, so this is that back normal. Okay. I was running for my fucking life. Anyways, so hey, stay dead. I would trust that, what did I just say? I said stay dead, and it fucking spawns me a different bitch. Ooh. Oh. How nice. Okay, come here. She doesn't see us. She doesn't see us. She doesn't see us. I think she sees us. She sees us. What is that fucking noise? What do you mean by that? What was that dong? What was a dong for? I'm gonna eat a pill. Ow. I think the other one is... Whoa, that was freaking sick as fuck. Yeah, I think I know what that dong was now. I think the other one's awake. She has woken up from her nap. Is there anything over here? Any, like, trinkets? Nope. That's fine. Hey, but that water looks pretty nice. I don't think you would ever want to swim in that, but it looks nice. Hey, Mr. Foxman, could you... I will say... I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Oh my god. I will say the only... the only red flag I see of the Foxman is he keeps unlocking the doors after he walks through them. Like, please. Please. You drink that? You know, it seems like it would be refreshing. Quench your thirst. You know? I agree. I agree. Housemaid note, February 15th. Oh my Jesus Christ. That's from chugging down Chinese food. There can be no two ways about it. The family is indeed cursed. And I am the only one who knows the full story. I must tell the master all I know, for if I do not, the curse will certainly befall me as well. May the gods have mercy on us. Somebody was talking about it in the game earlier, the ladies, that our family is cursed. And it's implied that it's her family. So I wonder. Also, my vast knowledge of all the secret arts, medicine, succumb to us, spirit, and what? All the secret arts, medicines, succumb to us, spirit and flesh. Okay, that's the title. I'm scared. Can somebody hold my hand? I'm quite scared. Okay, we got another one. Family physician log, February 1st. Symptoms at onset are as following: headache. Okay. Fever, vertigo, chills, vomiting, diarrhea. At first, I believe the signs pointed to a seasonal cold. However, after prescribing medicine, symptoms did not improve. In fact, they worsened. Shall I paste it in? Why, yes. Give me the tea. I'll hold something. I'll hold something. Dude, I saw this one video while I was bored at work, and it was a tattoo artist, and the gal on the chair was just like, do you have a stress ball? And she said, sure. She said, oh yeah, we did. She placed a boob in hand. It was so fucking funny. My hair is quite nice today. I still have it uncrunched at all. Uncrustables. Sorry, I've had a lot of energy. And when I have a lot of energy, I just start talking. I'm still telling you guys. What if I just say, fuck it, we ball, and I go to TwitchCon all 3 days? Okay, story time. Today, an old classmate from school message started... Oh, hell yeah, you gave more. Okay. Started spamming messages in the ancient WhatsApp group. I like the ancient, the little note of ancient, real. Sounded hilarious on Hinge. It kind of sounded like he was about to, okay. So even though I never liked that person much, I'd check in. See he doesn't do something stupid. Fair. Real of you. Smart of you to do. Told him not to go home. Told him to go home right the fuck meow. And let us know when he's home. He started yapping something stupid and not, but that he might, okay. So I called him straight away. He says that his family apparently kicked him out and tried to, okay. What the actual fuck? Accurate. Apparently he went to the police and got some jail. Both got declined him help. That's crazy. And my friend was telling me that isn't too sure if it's serious or his way of getting attention, but he felt scared. Told him to wait, and I will call him back. Okay. Motherfucker starts yapping about how he might not have lived like a king. Oh, okay. But will like a king in a WhatsApp group? Oh, okay. Then his phone dies. We all in the dark for a few hours. Then it gets back on, having asked someone to help to charge his phone, and started cursing out his potential would-be helpers to other people in the group. Okay. So they're like, fuck this guy. We're not going to help them. Real as fuck. Meanwhile, I get the tea from a friend who reveals that this piece of shit has been asking friends and parents for money and has gotten himself stuck in a scam, spending money on prostitutes. Damn. Compiling the tea from the conclude that the moronic idiot has finally dug himself into a hole which ended up homeless, and he probably is fine other than being stranded. So he's just stupid. Getting my... Sorry, just the Fox's message from right after. That's crazy, Goomber. What a piece of shit. Wow. That is some juicy tea, though. The worst thing about getting my sleeve done was that the artist kept brushing her boob against my hand, and I was dying inside. I was just like, please, man, please. That's so real. I won't lie. When I got my tattoo, specifically the one on my side, because that was the second one, so I was super tired at that point. I was just eepy. I'd been there for a while. It was so fucking cold in that building. But she would like lay on me in a certain way to like get a better angle to like draw. So real. It was so nice. She just like laid on me. I was like, you're so warm. You're so warm. Thank you, ma'am. I needed a blanket. Why are you so awesome? I don't know. Autism. No, sorry. Fucking audio. Autism. Anyways, it's ADHD. It just makes me go crazy. And I also have a really boost of serotonin, and my brain waves are... I don't know. They're going. They're doing something today. A message long? Damn, it is long. 2 hours later, I got a message that he's back home and safe and let everybody know. Bitch, what was that drama for? Literally, what was that drama for? That's fucking crazy. Also, this girly, Minako, she gets headaches too. So I'm a little suspicious. That was some juicy tea, though. Thank you for that. The crimson spring gushing from the womb, deep within. She cut me off. Girly, we've been talking about this for Shimizu family. That was one of my teachers in middle school. Stop talking forever. Honestly, after that whole event, yeah, I would too. Cut people off for less. Such a fucking mood. Me too. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Oh, she respawned outside. Holy shit, that scared the shit out of me. People have cut me off for less too. Why? I don't know. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. I just work here. I don't work here. I just live here. This is my house. Last time I went to the dentist, all the people... Oh. So when she was on top of the chair working, my mouth, her boobs were just like on my forehead. I did not complain. You know, real. Fair. That's so fucking awkward though too. It's just like, well, at least it's just that. Ritual is held at the Shi clan last descendants. This definitely has to do something with her family. And something with her sister. And it makes me seem, there's like the lore of like the foxes, like weddings. And since their foxes have just recently showed up back in the town, something has to do with that. I don't think they're innately bad compared to the flowers, but I don't know if they're connected. Brain is working, not enough. The honorable blood. Fill it up. Make it full. Otherwise what? Physicians? Hello? Okay. February 8th. The patient's conditions are declining steadily and rapidly. Symptoms are following. Labored breathing. I can't breathe, so it's really fucking warm. History of threatening, 0 attempts. They're literally just saying for attention. So real. And causing that much problem and then getting mad at people for helping. Yeah, awkward. Totally awkward, dog. Yeah, awkward. That's crazy, though. I mean, we did cut off a friend in high school that was just bad-mouthing our other friend. Should we have stood up against her earlier? Yes, we did. We should have. Yes, we should have. That's what I meant to say. But then did we cut her off afterwards? Yes. Did she transfer schools after that? Yes. Do I regret anything? Absolutely fucking not. Some mangoes? Maybe. No, I actually quite like mangoes. If you were to say pineapple, unfortunately, I would have to say now I don't like pineapple. And by that, after multiple tests, and by that I mean my own personal test of drinking things, I think I am allergic to pineapples. After years of experiments. Well, sweet. I love pineapples. I just can't eat them anymore. Been taking money off of lots of old classmates. That's crazy. I would not give that bitch any money. But I know some people are not necessarily gullible, but if you haven't if you don't know his circumstances or like hearing all this drama, if they haven't heard this and they're just coming back out of nowhere and he's like, hey, I need money to like pay this. Yeah, okay. I get why they give him money. But after you find out, no. They're so yummy. It's okay, Goober. I'm still gonna eat it, just like I eat pork. I'm allergic to pork. The patient's face remains stuck in an expression of constant strain, their teeth bared, their eyes narrowed into a menacing glare. Oh, how rather interesting. I can't believe that bitch pushed us. Sorry, to roll it back to her friend. You know, let me trust the fox guy. I think I trust the fox guy more than her fucking Rinko. Why couldn't she die first?
Sakuko?
Might be bad.
Sakuko
Whoa. But high corn fructose syrup. But I like sugar. Lily called me a bee one time because I was talking about mint juleps, and then I explained to her, hey, it's not an alcoholic mint julep. It really is just sugar water. Because I broke it down to her, but it is my favorite drink from Disneyland, okay? I fucking love sugar. I put too much sugar into every drink. Sometimes, who dropped these books? Somebody's gonna have to reorganize that, okay? That's gonna take a lot of work. Got to finish my sentence. you just fucking typed it out and like, yeah, that's it. Wait, that's not the whole thing. Weird fact I know about. Tell me. Pick it up. Sorry. Should, period. Pick up next sentence. What are you doing, Mochi? Those are books. Research notes. Enemy. To wish to have one's romantic desires fulfilled, is as old as humanity itself. Consequently, there have existed many arts by which people attempt to make such dreams come true. One such method was to employ a sorcerer known as a Shang-Chi? That sounds like somebody's name. Shang-Chi. I was like, what does that remind me of? The she. The way I said it. Sorry, my brain's all over the place. To perform an incantation run by... After such spells, especially causing chaos and turmoil in the Imperial Court, their practice was expressly forbidden under the, I thought that's a Yoro Code in the first year of the Tempo Hoji era. However, the incantations were later adopted into practice and effects continue to be studied. If there's one thing I know about anything with witchcraft or other religious practices, you never want to do anything to mess with love. Not very good. Doing spells for that, never really good. Saw a girl doing something on TikTok where she's like, yeah, do this like little spell or whatnot. Perfectly fine. She's fine. Nothing wrong with it. But she did certain stuff and we're like, oh, so blood magic. Good for you, girly. Not for me, girly. Not for me, girly boss. Love anything. Ooh, dried carcass. Love rituals? No. Dried carcass? Yes. Have allergic reaction to... Yes! Who ate the thing, oh, interesting. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense, because it's like that. It gets put into your system, your body system. So, like, that makes sense. I also remember an episode, I don't know if it was from Grey's Anatomy or not, or one of the other doctor shows, because unfortunately they all mush in my brain now. English. Come here. Oh, I missed her completely, bro. I'm gonna eat a pill. Okay. She's gonna do it. She didn't do it, but I killed her. I did it. Wonder if eating the same effect. What? Like, you know, it's... Ooh. Small crispy. We're gonna offer that. I'm sorry, I offer up everything. Except one thing, because I accidentally ate it because I didn't know what button it was. She's so cute with this giant weapon. Hey, so I hear that. I'm gonna go this way. What is it going? Hey, welcome to chat, Fox. Sometimes we become a little unhinged, and by that, I don't know. I don't know what happens, but it happens. Hey, you got a door? You got a D-O-R-E? No, you don't. But do you got an offering over there? Do you got a D-O-R-E? Ooh, an offering. Hey, do you have a Hey, so that's a dead end, girly. That's a dead end, girly. Don't mind me, don't mind me, don't mind me, don't look at me. Okay, she didn't look at me. This weapon, slur, was given to married women as self-defense tools during samurai times. I fucking love that. This is just like Vikings, they would give the women cats. I forget the whole context of it because I don't really remember, but I think it was with marriage. She didn't see us, she didn't see us, she didn't see us. You're such a bitch. Oh, you're such a... You whore. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. Hinge, we do this without the door? Oh my god, you got the door open? That's not very good. You know, you don't gotta... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, get in here. F, F, F. Hey. If that girly... Hey, girly. How you doing? That's why Labyrinth. I love Labyrinth. I'm sorry. I would... Like... I love Labyrinth. That's a great movie, Labyrinth. I don't care if I give him... I'd give him the baby. It's okay. He was gonna give her everything. A little bit, picked up the theme of this game. You're right, Pan's Labyrinth. Made me very sad. Yeah. Sorry, you said Labyrinth, and I'm like, Labyrinth. I need to watch that movie again. Special breed of cats that were supposed to be cats pulled from Chariot of the God. You know, cats are great. I love them. Who wave? Lucky cat statues? Wait, which cats are we talking? Wait, we're talking about a lot of different cats here. But also, now I don't know if I like the theming of, I mean, it kind of makes sense. It makes sense with the theming, because even in the earlier message of, that other note we found that was talking about arranged marriage. Cats are great, citation needed. Cats are great, no citation needed. I have so many offerings. Yes, they could heal me, but I don't give a shit. I'm gonna offer it right up. Blurk. Damn, you leaving us on that note? Pray? Did I get a new one? No, I didn't. One gamma, please. Just had a little burp. What if we put keep playing gamer? I can see the little connections. They're growing. Especially like I really want to put on the white one. Because the theming of it's getting more. But yeah, I want it. It's cute. What was I gonna do? That's what I was gonna do. That's not what I was gonna do. That's the wrong place. Equipment. Because we had that one. But the Sakura one... So this... I'm going to keep that one. Because one, that's nice. Two... Once I get more space, I think that'll be really nice to have on. So I'm going to keep that. Also, I love Sakura's. You see the theming. And, you know, I will say, with the theming happening... won't lie. It's leading me to not trust the fox as much. But unfortunately, I still probably will trust the fox. Not you, Fox, though. I would trust you any day, Fox. We have multiple... Oh. Curly, you watched her die. Hey, where did our in-game fox man go, though? Don't trust Fox as much. Just wondering who's been saying that this whole fucking time. Yeah, but unfortunately, I'm gonna trust him. Would. Don't slam it. I can't fucking close it. I gotta trust my foxes, okay? I don't wanna. I really love the hint of the white of the uniform, what it says in the little note of pure white for innocence. Because I'm like, oh, whoa, I spun her too fast. Hey, girly pop. I don't know. Cause what you got in your pocket? Pocket? What you got in your pocket? Stone orb. Yeah, but the same year you got a stone orb in your pocket. You know, I really gotta stop just taking random objects. It doesn't really end well. I want to play Silent Hill 2 again. Hey, girly, I think we're about to get drop kicked. Ooh, I don't like her. Oh, my ears. Ooh. Oh, the way the spine is. Don't have to ask me twice. Getting the frick out of here. Hey, where the frick do I go? Ouchie, my head. Yeah, see, that's also the thing, what she was talking about earlier of the headaches. Oh, holy shit, there's another one. Hey, ouchie. Hey, so I'm losing my sanity just a little bit. Wrong way, wrong way. I don't know where I'm going. She likes calling me a traitor a lot. Okay. Excuse me. Ouchie, my head. I'm happy to see you. Damn, so you don't got a stone orb in your pocket? Oh my god, give me the fuck in the door. Please, Mr. Fox. Take ball. I cast stone orb. Is that thing gonna smack me again? You know, Mr. Fox Mask has not been helpful at all. To whoever just like, she's mine. No one touch. They're not really doing a good job. They're letting everything hit me. Whoa. So, my mouse was on the other screen. Oh, hey, you guys. You know when games do that thing where they like... Where they like...
Yes.
Give you a lot of things? A little suspicious. I just saw my closet door open. It's usually always open. I thought there was a face there. It scared the shit out of me. It's just my... Just the closet. Whatever could you mean? Oh, I don't know. It's like when the game teaches you how to run by press shift to run. I'm like, why am I running? What am I doing? F. Yippee! No gamba, no gamba. We save. Okay, so I have 3. No. Do I have one? No. Whoop. Okay, good about anything else? Anything else? Whatever could I dare mean? That's like Leon opening all the doors. I wonder who that could be. I talked about it. I knew it was her. 1, because I do remember the name. But 2, because there was notes talking about her. about her family and what the family does. And I'm like, oh no, that sweet baby girl. Health kick, save station. But there's about literally every game. It's just like, fuck, it's happening. It's so sad, though. She really, I feel like... Oh, I don't know. You got a little something in your hair, girly. I can't believe she died so fast, though. Oh, well, you could put that away, ma'am. It's okay. I love that bit. That's so fucking cool. Oh, I love that. God, that's so fucking cool. Why are you so tall? Holy shit. Holy shit, she's huge. Oh. Curly, I don't know. I love how the headpiece moves. The cosplay's so fucking good. I'll see my toe. Oh. Hey, so we're just gonna fully heal really quick. It turned out, I love how she did the middle piece. Hey, what's that? Well, I dodged it. I really want that thing. Sorry. I really wanted it. It was by her toes. The cosplay, she did such a good job. That cosplayer always does an amazing job. But man, the weathering work she did on the robe was amazing. Oh, she has a very short window for that. Hey. Oh, I see her. Oh my god, her headpiece. Hey, I don't like what you're doing. She doesn't have a jaw. Okay, dishes. Oh, I see. She's over there. I almost missed her. I was farther away than I thought. It's so whoa. Hey, wait, stop, leave me alone. Don't do that again. Oh, I had absolutely no stamina. Hey, bandage. I really need to fix my headphones. I love that some of her moves are very like based upon like shrine prayers. Where the fuck was I aiming? Oh, I have no stamina. Okay, I dodged it. I love that perfect dodge. My real zone, go eat, it's late. Please eat. Please eat, go eat. Oh, Lord. Oh. I have no stamina. Get some sleep. Happy gaming. I will. Whoa. Oh, hey, girly. I don't have stamina. Ow. Oh, where is she? Yes. Stop that! That's very mean of you. This is really sad, it being her friend, and she was the really sweet one. She had no ill, like... compared to... fucking... Where is she? Where is she? She's over there. Oh, hey, girly. I don't think I'm making it to that. Holy shit, I just barely did it. She makes me so sad. Oh. Now you fucking help me? I went through all that fucking hell, and now he's just like, let me just clean it all away. Also, I love him. I'm sorry. I would trust him.
今のは
君についてきた汚れだろう。もう失せた。安心していい。
Yeah, I don't know if we should trust it, but I trust him. That's so sad.
属性に生きる以上、汚れがつくことは仕方がない。払えばいいだけのことだ。行こう。
Sir, I see how you talk. You have such a nice outfit, though. I won't lie. Oh, at least they won't close the door on me this time and lock it. And then have me go find the code and everything.
この先は神聖な領域だ。私も君も汚れは持ち込めない。ここで汚れ。
I don't know how that will work out for me, but we'll see what happens. I wonder if well, no, because she always talked. Her dad was never nice to begin with. The sleeves of his the sleeves just look a little funky. I just made water up here. Hell yeah. Bless you, Mochi. Oh no, I still trust him. He's got nail polish. Look how cool he is.
Sa, 君も。
はい。
I think that's a little warm.
大丈夫。ただの水だよ。
So that's lava. So that's lava. That was in fact lava. Are we in hell? Maybe I shouldn't trust this man. I know you'd be saying it, and I still believe it. But like, He's of no help. What happened to my sleeve? Why am I getting more ragged?
ドジだね。あんた階段か
You
ら
fell down the
落ちたん
stairs?
だろ。
I don't know about that one, bitch. Okay? I think you pushed me.
腕どうした？
Now that's a good question.
引っ掛けて破いちゃったのかな。
She's becoming all over more rugged.
技はないみたいだな。
That's a little
痛むところはないか？
suspicious.
うん大丈夫。
それはよかった。
She's a bitch. Are you gonna be alive today? You know, I just realized what time I want to play more. I can't beat it in one sitting. I can't beat it in one sitting, but I feel like I just started the game, I won't lie.
行こう。時間を無駄にした。
よし。
You're a bitch.
行こ
私をちゃんと守ってよ。私ひなこみたいに強くないんだから。
う。分かってる。俺から離れるな。
Yeah, she's very bitchy.
目指すは俺の家だ。裏道から山を越え剣道に出よう。俺が先頭を行く。相棒はしんがり棒。
分かった。
私はシュウ君の後ろにいるね。真ん中なら安心だし。
Damn, she thinks us ugly. She thinks us ugly? That was great English. Yeah. Oh, and they're fucking gone. And nobody fucking waits for me.
は引き受けた。
Hit her in the back. Hit her over the head. Push her down the stairs. Hey, is there anything over here? Anyways, yeah, I don't know when I should end. Bandage. Because I'm enjoying this a little too much. Very much. She's a fucking rich kid too. Like, she lives in this huge fucking house. Like, compared to, whoa, everybody else. Like, that's a huge house. You know what I just realized? What? What have I realized? F has guns? No, I don't think so either. Which, like, in a way, I do get. They are in a rural, village. A rural. Hey, was that sign always there? Yeah, it was. But yeah, they don't have any. They just have pipes, sickles. We get a sick-ass weapon in the Sphera world. To a degree, a nice shake-up. Yeah. Thanks for Japan. Not a lot of guns over there. Yeah, and we're in a very, like, rural countryside village as well, which I think adds to it. Because you really... You... It's like extra. Nope, don't gamba. Had at least a police revolver. Damn, she's getting ruggedy. She's getting really ruggedy. Oh, I feel so bad for her friend. Not Rinko. Fuck her. Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. See, I would trust the fox. I'm sorry. Because they talked about it being a good spirit here. But that was lava that she saw. But then he said, calm down. 'Tis just but water. And it was water. And then I think she started freaking out again. And then it was lava. Oh, hey there. Could you, like, wait for me, my dude? Oh.
大丈夫か、相棒。化け物につけられてないか。
問題ない。
シュウ君っていつまでひなこのこと相棒って呼ぶの？相棒なんて呼び方、小学生の男子みたい。
相棒は相棒さ。俺は相棒を女扱いしてない。
そうだな。された覚えもない。
立ち話は終わりだ。行くぞ。
I really hate Rinko. Don't get. One of my other friends on my friends list opened up Silent Hill F. Would you play Clover Bit? I am intrigued. I don't think I'm going to understand a single bit of it. But I would play it. Hello? Oh, how comforting. Nothing up here. Trust the trickster spirit in the place designed to literally punish people for their past deeds. Okay. I would. Sorry, I like... you know... Have I done anything bad? No, I got pushed down the stairs. She's done bad. Punish her. See, look at the little guys. You're telling me you wouldn't trust those? Yes, that is exactly what you're telling me. Where the freak? Oh, yeah, I kind of want to go up there. Oh, okay, that's as far as I can zoom out. Where are we going? Interesting. Can I go back home? I can totally hear this hill. You're so real for that. You sure right? Oh, that bridge is dead. Just over there somewhere. Somewhere over there. I assume we can probably get back down here and go straight of some sort. That's where that was blocked. Somewhere. But, you know, I'm gonna go right up to this shrine. No lie. We'll be going right up to this. Oh. Oh.
この先にある昨今とこの神社。よく行ったな。
Oh. I didn't hit that. Shrine flyer? Whether you're building a house, pulling it down, digging it up. Well, we should show our gratitude to Nari-sama by holding. Ooh. Important farewells. At least we forgot the ancient tale of the poisonous water dragon that once weakened Havoc. Oh, there are guns in this game? Okay. Fuck yeah. Call for a free consultation. That's so cute. Oh, that's so depressing. She's fucking dead. I would trust him. I would trust him. Bitch. Lying. Skank. And in the future video we do, I know we'll be able to make up again. I don't know, I wouldn't dress your room. Something about ancient gods furious about having their flowers stolen from them, and now they're out for revenge and whatnot. Well, that sounds about right. Macho, macho man. I'm gonna be a macho man. Macho, macho man. Oh. Sakuko's mailbox.
これ昨今地の
Macho, macho man. When's the HR? What? Huh? Yeah, that kind of stereotypical American jokes hit different now. Fair. Never speak. Wait, dear Sakuko, you must never speak again. You never must speak again. About how you hear, otherworldly voices talking or singing. Puberty is a different time. You may hear or see strange things that you cannot explain. The same thing happened to me when I was your age. However, it's nothing more than your imagination playing tricks. If your friends find out, though, they'll label you as a strange girl. They'll abandon you, ostracize you, because you're around here. Once rumors spread, people will never look at you the same. That's sad.
郵便受けの鍵
So she really did hear the spirit. She was a shrine maiden. Ooh. Getting lost. Macho.
こ
I need to stop singing that
この
song.
神社を昔みたいに盛り上げるんだっていつも言ってたな
Hormone, hormone analogy. Macho man? What I'm singing? Macho, macho man. I'm gonna be a macho man. Macho, macho.
んなとこに置いとくなんて。
I don't know. It's probably an offering that we just took from somebody's grave. That could have repercussions. But we're taking it anyways. That's kind of cute. It's very sad, truth be told. Who took the gods' flowers? Who took them? Yes, I'm hitting pull. To fix my shirt. Puberty analogy? The Macho Man song? Oh, I mean, hit that. That time I did actually hit it. Macho. It's by a whole bunch of gay guys. Macho man. I'm gonna be a macho man. No, the hearing stuff at her age. Okay, I'm like, I hope it's not the song. That's a whole bunch of gay guys. That's by YMCA. Those lovely YMCA. I'm gonna be a YMCA. Macho Man song haunts me. I'm gonna be a macho man. Yes, you are gonna be a macho man. Hearing stuff at her age. I mean, yes and no. That was literally her coming of age. Like age. That's literally what she had said in it. Like, it's just puberty. Like, it's fine. It's fine. But no, usually that time is when people either when you hit the puberty mark, either you stop seeing, okay, to talk spiritually, because that's what she's talking about, like the third eye, she kept her third eye open and she still sees shit. But puberty hit and really activated it, said, hee, you can hear everything. But it's just like normal puberty. Nothing special about it. Not normal for everybody else, but like she was just going through, that's just what time period she was going through, and that she was hearing the stuff at the same time. Macho man. Sorry, that song's gonna be really stuck in my head. Can I steal flowers? Can I? I can go up. I didn't see things when I went through puberty. Am I broken? Imagine I tell you yes. That would be crazy. Makes me want to eat tacos. Real? Real as fuck? Hey, so that. Oh.
Sensei.
Oh. We're just gonna leave. We're just gonna leave. We're just gonna leave. Don't worry about it. Some beef tongue tacos? Fair. Was I supposed to go in here? I don't know. They're waiting for me out there. Please don't jump and scare me. Okay. I'm stealing your offerings. Oh! I love you, Shaylin. Ooh, wrong button. Have a good rest of your day. I love you. Maybe I'll see you at work eventually. Sometime. One of these days. Maybe this year. Macho. Steal your things. I'm gonna be a macho man. What did I have in my pocket? Yeah, that's fine. Macho man. God damn that fucking song. Dude, tacos sound really freaking delicious right now. Okay. Hey, girly. So girly's gone. Local doctor's note. Even now, the trust given to the long-standing physicians of the Yua family is unshakably strong. When I spoke to the eldest working member of the family at the gathering, I was astonished by the outstanding bounty of knowledge. Though as they discussed the details of their practices with me, I got a hint that they might still be using controlled substances in their treatment. However, I think it's best that I look the other way in this situation. While it is now illegal to produce the cloudy rice wine, known as cloudy rice wine, and people across Japan once free to make it as they needed, perhaps operating within the gray area of the legislation between traditional and modern medicine has always been a role of the local physician here. Damn it. Okay, let's leave this house quickly. Run, run, run. Okay, you know, just kidding. Let's go. Me, run, run. Actually, door's open. Let's go. Ooh. Increase max health. Autopsy report, undetermined cause of death. Ooh. I'm not getting sick, but I still want tacos. Is everybody getting sick? I should go get my flu shot. Fuck. Hey, emoji. Body was astonishingly malnourished. And the... Damn. Claverium was split open like it had burst from the inside. Cranial bones had been hollowed out and filled with insects' eggs. Later identified as belongings of the various species, including locusts, grasshoppers, and crickets. Now evidence suggests they were put there by a human hand, seem to be planted by insects naturally, highly unusual behavior considering the current harsh weather temperatures. Yet another corpse came through with an COD. Oh, cause of death. I was like, COD. Inexplicable COD. At least this one was easier to stomach than case 08. Okay. All bodies were with unexplainable causes of death are kept secret and swiftly handed over to the police department. In turn, the police department immediately disposes of such bodies without so much customary glance. Do we get to marry the fox in this? The masked fox man? Let's just play the game. This man was suspected of blasphemy against religious doctrine. He seemed to bear some kind of grudge against the Inari faith. It's always the same with these strange corpses after all. After all, they can only be the outcome for not paying reverence to Inari-san. Ooh. Hey, so there was a... Hey, so did he climb out the fucking window? Hey, also there's a body missing in this house. Fucking run. Go, bitch, go. Fuck you. Is my pipe breaking? Oh, I'm sick. Alright, does it? Does I bet you sick as fuck. Anyways. I didn't know I could go in there. Oh, just scared the shit out of me.
妙な化け物が増えてる気がしないか？
お前の宇宙戦争だって妙な宇宙人がどんどん増えてっただろうが。
ひなこって柊君と話すときは男の子みたいな喋り方だよね。
昔の癖が今も抜けないからかな。
What? She sounds like a fucking pick-me girl. Because she really hates her.
だから男女の関係にはならなかったってわけ。
今はそんな話をしてる時じゃないぞ。行こう。
That's what the scarecrows were about. She hurt him because she probably denied him in feelings, but because whatever fucking reason. But Rinko is mad at her because she likes him. But he doesn't see her like that. But now she's just a bitch. Oh, sickle! I got a sickle. Boom, 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 boom. Hell yeah, I can get that upgrade. I should be ending stream soon. I've been streaming for 6 hours. That's the wrong button. Old farmer, all of a sudden, the trauma from this experience made me scared of adults back then, even to this day. Real. Her house is right there, so if I go straight... Let's go straight. Oh, good heavens! Hey, you're doing some farm work there! Hey! Oh, good heavens! I can't go that way. Hey, so there's a lot of... There was a lot of enemies here. Why is he standing right there? I wanted to go by her house. I don't know. Where did he go? Oh, right there. I want to see decent stopping point. I say as I continue on. You say I can fucking continue on. Next time I get to a shrine, I will save. Oh. She walks like a JoJo pose. Oh. Now that one's just a rude enemy. Okay, don't look at me like that. Rinko should have just stayed in her house. I could care less about her. But, girlie, I had to fight that. I really want to take off my band-aids. They're starting to bug me. Peels off the layer of tape on my hand. This girlie is so annoying. I thought she was nice at the beginning, but now I see through her lies. She's a bitch. Can I get back up to Sakuko's house? Oh yeah, my band-aid ain't even staying on anymore, bro. That shit's flying. Look at that. I shouldn't be standing in the middle of the fucking road. Isn't he right there? Okay, so I'm just gonna do this really quick. I want to go up to her house, but I don't know how I can do that anymore. I assume we'll find a way back around. Oh yeah, I don't think I should try to... I don't think I should... I want to go. What if I try? No, you know what? They seem to have claimed that area as theirs. Yeah, you know, yeah, actually, there's a lot of flowers over there. That's your area. My bad, G. Will not disturb you. My finger is so itchy. You're a bitch. Please don't hit me. I'm sorry. You're not a bitch, actually. What's that? Ooh, disgusting. Those look delicious. Middle school? The frick is the middle school? This is where I came up from that first chase. Can I go this way? Ah, no, I'm gonna go back up. I should have ended it. I should have saved when I was up there, but I didn't. It appears to me that I don't know if it's this way. It got knocked over? Oh, hey, a shrine. We could save right here. I have no offerings. So sad. I played this game for 3 hours straight. The sad part is that I want to play more. I will say my room is extremely warm. So there's that. But I want to play more. I gotta get this band-aid off of me. I am my own, like, makeup morgue examples. For, like, wounds? Like, man. You keep playing? You're so real for that. I can't say I'm hungry because I ate... Okay, I only ate 2 bites. I haven't really eaten today. That's probably bad. But, hee, oopsie. Why was my voice shaky? I'm trying to take off these band-aids. My finger's just greasy. Greasy from the Neosporin. I hope somebody understands why I say Neosporin. You should have apples. I do love apples. I just actually do not have any apples at home. I had a cutie. I had a little mandarin. Apples are very good. Yeah, dude, that's fucking gnarly as hell. Oh my god, you can see the palm ones. The palm has like 4 gashes on it. I hate when it opens back up though. Dude, your hand is greasy because you're greasy. I'm not greasy. It's the Neosporin. It's Neosporin, my dude. I did say it, but I want to look at the map so I can figure out where I'm going. Because it says the middle school, but I'm like, okay. Oh, the middle school. That? So you want me to go all the way down? That's what she said. And then go that way. Shut the fuck up. Greasy! No! I'm not greasy! Maybe when I put my hand in a blender? I feel like it would be worse. I feel like it'd be worse. 3 pineapples? Real? What was I gonna say? Frick. Fuck. Oh, when my mom was examining my wounds yesterday, it was so fucking funny because she literally looked at it, and I completely understand from a nurse standpoint. She needed to see how deep the wound was to see if I needed stitches or whatnot. But she literally just went, opened up my fucking wound on my hand, and I'm like screaming. I didn't scream. I was just I took my hand back. Like, why would you do such a thing? That hurt. Because he like sliced it pretty freaking good, but it's fine. Okay. We should end here. I don't want to end here. That's... Ooh. I don't think that pipe's gonna last much longer. What was I gonna look at? I was gonna look at my journal. I wanted to look at the fox guy again. Like, I don't know. I would trust him. We got no updates about his. I feel like she hasn't put 2 to 2 together about like the notes she's been finding there. The things about her family she's been finding there. Bitch. I like how his little hair has like little blonde streaks. 7 hours left of the game. Yeah. We're closing. Title screen. I saved, right? Yeah, I saved. The one time you gaslit me of, no, you didn't. I'm like, what do you mean I didn't? I did. I, in fact, had. Ooh, oh my god, I love when games do this. ADHD hit? That's real as fuck. I love when games do, like, the progress... What word did I know what word I wanted to say, but that's... The... Oh my god. I love when title screens do the progressional, like, evolution as you play the game. And it probably gets worse and worse and worse. I love when they do that. Me, never. Yeah, you would never do such a thing. No. Would a well dog? Never. Exit. That game, once I fixed some of the settings, ran relatively well. I know I'm ending, but my lips are chapped. Emoji. I still have this Hello Kitty cookie. It's from the Hello Kitty Cafe. It is a Pink Apron. It's from Pink Apron Group. Just a sugar cookie. Crazy Sarah, gaslighting. I love being gaslit. Girl, oh my god, I forgot that my mom was looking for these cookies. I forgot I had that cookie. Yeah, I gaslight myself all the fucking time, bro. It's my one specialty. Gaslight other people? No. Gaslight myself? Yeah. Okay, the experiment of a new product. Very nice. Lightweight. Hair doesn't feel like it's being dragged down too much, so that's good. Ooh. New fresh drops for Alan Wake 2 for Marvel Rivals. Don't mind me one bit, okay? Don't mind me one bit. We are gonna Not having biscuits and gravy? You're not having biscuits. What are you gonna eat? Sorry, I should play some music. Have hyper youth. We're starting Disco tomorrow over. Thank you for joining, Fox. I love this game. I really like this Silent Hill a lot. In honor of my addictions of certain games, we will, let me like do the little overview of everything. Let me look. Looking with my special eyes. Looking everywhere. Yeah. Ooh, what's he playing? Oh, people pop at me. We're going to Bellows because Bellows is playing Alan Wake 2 and I fucking love Alan Wake 2 so much. I love Alan Wake. My other friend is also playing Alan Wake 2. Not right meow. He's not live. But I fucking love Alan Wake so much. I love Alan Bake so much. I hurt my hand doing that. I flexed the fucking wound open. Oh. Yeah, but I can put it in Discord. Oh, why, yes. It is so good. It's such a well done game. I'm so... Okay. I'm gonna fucking keep a rambling. Where is he in this game? I know exactly where he is. I wonder how he's doing with the game. Alan. Oh. There we go. Alan Bake, wake up. If it's about to tell yourself. MVP, MVP, one day I'll G-O-A-T. Okay. Did I copy that? How long Bella's been live? I better go that fast. He's been live for 4.5 hours. You'll probably be dropped off somewhere else as well. But other than that, thank you all for streaming today. I'm gonna get shit done. For the rest of the day, I have a lot of energy now. Hi, Mochi. Oh my god, he needs to get to my favorite fucking chapter in Alan Wake 2. Oh my god, I need to talk to Mikey about it too. Stream Wednesday would be no longer human. No, I'm not human. No. Bellows is raiding. I see it. Bellows is raiding, y'alls. No, he got raided. Oh, thank God. Sorry, I'm illiterate. I can't read. I saw a message and I panicked because I'm like, no, we gotta go to the Balan Bake. He got raided. He's not allowed to leave now. So we're gonna go over to Bellows. We're gonna get the double raid over there. But Wednesday is horror game. Thursday, Raid Monarch Coward. Absolutely fucking not. I want to watch Balan Bake, okay? I want to go to Balan Bake. I just, out of instinct, crumbled this fucking cookie up. Thursday will be Resident Evil. I will see how Kai is doing. If Kai is not feeling well, we will do something else. But other than that, I'm gonna let you guys go. Can I get a high five before we go? Boom, boom. Just a boom. I love you all. Bye bye from here. Otherwise, I will keep talking. I love you all. Let me start the raid over to Bellows. Go wake up Mr. Balan Bake. Balan Bake needs to wake up, y'all. But I love you all. Please have a good rest of your day. Have a good day tomorrow. I'll post some pictures tomorrow. I'm going to go into Disneyland tomorrow. I'm very excited. But other than that, please take care. Stay hydrated, everybody. Stay well if you are feeling unwell. I know a couple of y'all are sick. But please, I love you all. Take care every day. I will see you all on Wednesday. Bye-bye.